we should be streaming now. So, no, go to the student channel. Yeah, because this is an educational matter. So,
Okay, your 50% and my 50% are two totally different things.
there we go. And then we're streaming. That's the stream. Here, if you mute it and just stay in chat if you want. All right, Jimmy, it started. No, it's already started. We're live, dude. We're live to one viewer, and that viewer's to our right. I don't know if we can see chat. I don't think we can. Here, can you text the chat, actually? Just say hi. Let's see if we see it on here. We do, right there. You see the chat right there?
Yeah.
Scott, JW. So when you see someone, you gotta be like, yo, what's up? How's it going, Scott? How you doing? And he'll be like, what's up? Like, he'll say, here, look. Here, just text back.
Hey, I'm here already.
Yeah, look.
Hello, Scott. Hello.
Here, hold from under. There you go. So do you see that number 1 right there?
Yeah.
That means who's watching. We got 1 viewer.
Hello, Scott. Hello. Welcome to our stream.
So, you know, here's all the people here.
Yep. Don't show it at me, cause I'm
not, but it's gonna go right. It's gonna go right. We're at the Sussex Fire Department. All right. So we're mostly gonna stay static there.
Oh, can I show you how I?
Yeah. Oh, that's your little stop motion animation. That's cool. Well, the thing with stop motion, if you want to make it look realistic, you got to keep the camera mostly still.
Yeah, I
You got to have it on a tripod. Get one of these guys. It's a tripod. You get a tripod, but the problem is you're on an iPad, so that thing's giant. I mean, I'm gonna leave this be. This is all your responsibility, Jimmy.
How? You set it up.
Yeah, but you said you wanted to be the hype man. Yeah, I'm gonna go set.
Still 0 stream.
I checked it yesterday and I saw 8:30. I went, nope, it's all 5. I'm like, yeah, nope.
Still 0 people. Hello, who just joined? Hello, welcome to the safety day. Welcome. There's 3 people. What?
How's it going? Nice to see you.
I don't think they can sign in, bro.
Morning. How's it going? Nice to see you.
Oh, there's 4 people. Hello, 5. I can't. No. Hi, Corna. 5, 6, 4, 7. Welcome. Oh, and he just left. A person just left.
I'm gonna ride this guy. Just, you never know.
This will start very, very soon. I don't know. I'm just here to entertain you guys. Okay? So. I don't even know what's going on.
I think the only guys that here it's getting hard. They want me to first thing.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Hey, we got 3 people
No, I live in like.
Or then you send something an hour worth of your class, which is basically.
Are you guys gonna talk or not? Oh no!
drinking beer already. I've heard you say that.
Well, that's why I crossed you.
Watching, seeing all the pics you flying. Take all my money here, take it, money for that.
It's already shit up there.
Have you done it?
The nice thing is he's doing Sussex next weekend. In this time. And apparently going into that as well. Skydiving kept his career back. Eating with gloves on. Yeah, that's all I was going down. I was getting 1 year old. Barrel on like half a show. Like I don't really do anything. Joe is like you're like You're 16. I haven't gotten like that. I'm that close to taking off. I came the first one. I took him over and I was back to my job in between the two sessions, which very quickly became my job without me knowing. Make sure to eat her. So my sister came up and said, make sure she eats. I'm sitting over in the back of the board. Fry.
Hey, get out the camera! Hey.
That's how the entire season went. Just after 9.
something out of here. And it's made. Like, I don't have it. I would like this thing. I would rather stand. If you ever get a chance to go to there, stock up, replenish. Probably like you're gonna try right now. This season, I got very good. I got Skydive. I got anything. Yeah, you a little more flexibility and like more flexibility, but it's also more even if it's right, you see it, it's like slide. My back, so that's what's I'm trying. Sketchy wind. Into the ground. It's like 30 mile an hour. I made it to the middle of the tree. It was just over halfway. I was just under stars. Very close to it. And then that time I was like, oh my god. I was standing there like, I live right next to him. Like I went through the arm, so I killed him around the phone. I literally just, I sang straight back there. I literally just fell right around right there. The old way road to thing, you put it on your face and you feel I would do it. I would do now you're over grass. Well, I landed on the grass behind the tents. Like that frame I got. So it was like, that's what I got just enough height to make it to that. And that's not here. Actually, I'm in anyone. I don't care what anyone says. If anyone calls you out, come to me. I'm taking the moment.
So, I'm sorry. This goes not this past cycle, but historically, they always jump
I'm telling people, right? Come up, this now and like I question lectures. I don't fucking get it. I'm like, God damn, what's the right thing? I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck I'm so nervous. I was like, I was so nervous. I was like, this is cool. And then once I got in the brain, this is
right. Like, rough.
that door opens up.
Everybody just
I just scoot forward. I keep the turn more than I don't know what you get. I'm so nervous right now. It's the same feeling last year. Something like that.
Morning, good morning. How's it going? You got that motto, all the tree falls? Lots. I used to be on a lot of but
Hey everybody! Is this thing loud enough? Everybody hear me? Alright, I was told by the boss to get this thing started so we could leave it at decent time. The people that aren't here, we got the live feed on the YouTube, or I don't know where Nick's posting it, but anybody who didn't see it, they can look online. So it's the usual suspects. I see everybody here, and enjoy your bagels. Sit down, get some carbohydrates, and we'll get this safety day over with, yeah? Alright? Cool. Alright, we're going to pass it off to Richie and Mackenzie. They're going to start the introductions, and we'll get the day started.
Yo, Alec BB in the chat. Yo.
First, where's Nick Vogel?
I'm right here.
Are we live streaming?
Yeah, we're live streaming.
And is it going to be saved so that people can watch it?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason I asked that is there's a bunch of people that couldn't make it today, and I wanted to make sure they had the opportunity to review some of this awesome stuff. But welcome back,
We got Alec
everybody.
BB on there.
It's really good to see you. How's this here today? So, I want to go back to Vermont, but
Yo, can we get W's in the chat?
So welcome back. It's good. A lot of new faces, a lot of old faces I don't recognize and do recognize. So welcome to the season. Here we go. Same old. But Safety Day every year is it's a great opportunity for us to review some of the basic stuff that we tend to forget. So we're going to do our best to have some instructors come up here and miscellaneous other people to help you out, answer some questions. It's an open forum, so what's really good is if you ask questions, even you old bastards, Dougie, it'll help the newer guys. So let's help them out. Who here is not licensed to skydive? Nice and high. Okay, good. You're gonna be, or okay. So you're sitting in a good spot, real close to the front, so we can pick on you a little bit. No dumb questions for the most part. If it's really dumb, I'll tell you. And that's it. As far as the winter, I hope everyone had a good winter. I know the airport had some snow this winter. We had a really good snowy Jersey winter, so that was good, I guess. And we're going to get rolling. I wanted to take a moment and just introduce a few people, those who are new to Sussex. But here next to me, if you don't know already, is Jimmy McCabe. Jimmy's pretty much going to be one of our on-site managers, and he's our S&TA. So any questions you have, feel free to go to him. Newer jumpers, he'll help you out as much as he can. Also, Mackenzie, she's back as manager, running the office. There she is right there. Any questions?
Stand up.
Any questions? I'm sure she'll be able to help you out. Assisting Mackenzie, Michelle's back, which is awesome. Thank you for all your help this winter, Michelle. She kept the place open all winter long, so that's Michelle.
I didn't answer a single phone call. Just going on the record.
I need 2 silver cars to move. They cannot get an ambulance out. I have a Mazda S21 RFY. Needs to move.
all the way back there. No, it's over here.
And then, I don't know what kind of car that is, but it's another silver car.
I mean, I can leave them out.
What's
She's got oh, yeah.
Yes, a Lexus?
Oh, yes, sir.
Lexus, silver Lexus with the
I didn't know where you were going with this.
VHOU812.
Chris, nice to meet you.
Oh, there you go. Oh,
I was like, if you leave it, I'll put a nice finish right there. I like the end. It's all good.
Where the hell was I? Oh, that was Michelle, by the way. She's also the park
Okay.
attendant.
Yeah, there you go.
Where was he? email that sent out not to block anything.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't know. There's no stripe over there, but turn it down, yells, hey, Rich.
Hey, buddy.
I wouldn't be able to make that turn.
carpool too.
All right, sorry.
Hey, no, don't worry about it.
Welcome back.
Yeah, man,
Or
welcome back to you.
You've been here the whole time.
Hey, hopefully I don't see you no more.
Yeah, that'd be good. Okay, so Jimmy, Kenny, wherever the hell Kenny is, he's gonna be helping out. Kenny's an S&TA, he's in the back holding the little guy. So we have a couple S&TAs. Sean will be helping us out with gear, rigging, riggers, tickets, pretty much everything as far as that's concerned. And she's based out of Paraclete, so she'll be coming up now and then. She'll also be doing the gear today. And as I look around, and I probably forget somebody, we're going to introduce Johnny Massari, representing the airport here. Johnny's been very supportive over the years, unlike the actual airport, but who else? Just while I'm here for new people. Sonic's in the back. Sonic's going to be helping out with the Ranch Gear Shop.
Sussex Pro Shop.
Sussex
Pro Shop.
Oh, sorry, Sussex Pro Shop. I
I'm
like
waiting
it.
for my jersey.
Dave, our USPA representative, Dave Kowalski's back there. He'll be saying a few words as well, and did I get it? That's pretty good. All right. And myself, who will be, Paul, I can't leave out Paulie. Paulie's back.
Hey! Paulie's back for another season.
Let's go, baby. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So welcome. I'll give you a little bit of news as I think of it. But on Monday, I'll be heading down to Florida and bringing back the caravan. Will be here Tuesday or Wednesday, weather depending, and pilot still depending if I can find this place. But the plane will be going for the whole season, and a little bit of a change this year. We actually we own the plane now, so it's going to be staying up here, which is a good thing. And hopefully mechanics keep that thing running in tip-top shape, but we've had no problems thus far. All right, so we're going to start out with what?
Stats. You're going to have Kenzie come up.
Oh, Kenzie first. All right, any questions for me real quick?
Are you going to be here? Yes.
All right, I'll see you in 2027.
End of year party.
All right, guys, welcome back for another Safety Day. So Safety Day, obviously, you guys, a lot of you are not new to this, so I'm going to kind of breeze through a lot of it. But Safety Day is held on the second Saturday in March. Established in 1997, Safety Day provides worldwide forum of local drop zones to prepare jumper. Okay, yeah, we all know what Safety Day is. Okay. So just really quick, I want to take a second and for our staff mostly, but just let you guys know kind of where we stand for the season. So a lot of people coming back this season. We did hire a lot of new people. So really quick, and I'm sorry to point you out, but Christina is over there. She's new to us, so give her a welcome, make her feel at home. She's going to be our videographer, a girl videographer. We also have a girl packer coming in. And then we have a couple of miscellaneous other new tandem instructors, video guys, things like that. So it's just a brief little list if you want to look at it. Opening weekend, April 11th. The coach course, just really quick to run through kind of what we have for the season. Take down notes so you guys know the dates if you need it. But we do have a coach course June 5th to the 7th for anyone interested in doing that. Highly recommend it for those younger jumpers, 100 jump minimum. AFF course, I know there's a lot of you guys that wanted to do that too. So we do have June 8th to the 14th. Tandem course, June 15th to the 18th. And Flight 101 and 102, July 11th through the 12th. Boogies, we're still looking at our calendar, but I'm hoping to do at least three or so boogies this year. And then we are going to, by request, probably see if we can do a 201. If anybody was interested, I just need to know about it so that I can schedule it. Usually we try to push them off because the weather's not good in the beginning of the year. All right, so just real quick, 2025 stats updates. We did have total jumps of 10,789. This, I want to point out, was the first year, this is the first year that our sport jumpers, we had more sport jumping jumps than we did tandem jumps. So we had a lot of fun last year. Thank you for making my life stressful. So tandems around 4,100, outside video 2137, hand cam 876. AFF jumps 316, and 14 to A license check dives. So that's just kind of like an overview of what we did last year. We had a really awesome, safe year. And I think there was only two injuries, and they were both small ankle injuries. So that's pretty good overall. So we do have the Ches Duty Safety Award that we wanted to give out this year. Basically what it is, it's an award for USPA that they give out to recognize contributions to skydiving safety. And I'll let you guys read this really quick if you want to. So last year, management decided that we wanted to give that award to Peter Antonellis. He's not here. He's driving to Vermont to go skiing.
You're a loser, Pete.
Congratulations, Pete. Not here, but anyway. All right, cool. So that's all I have to say. So I'm going to actually pass this over to Dave. Dave, if you want to take over the 2025 fatality summary. Any questions so far about this season, going into this season? No? Cool. All right, here you go, Dave. Thank you.
Well, I got a question. Are we still closed on Wednesdays?
Yes.
Boo!
Actually, that's a good point. Let me just bring that up really quick just so you guys know our schedule. So in April, just because again the weather's iffy in April, we all know that. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Mondays, we're open in April. First week of May is when we're open full time except Wednesdays. So May, we're rocking and rolling except Wednesday. And that's it, forever and ever.
For the whole season, closed on Wednesdays.
So mean.
Nope.
No.
What if it's really nice?
No. Manifest needs a day off. Sorry.
It's called a rainy day.
A lot of people don't do that.
Pray for all.
Added up those last year.
Yeah, we did last spring.
Yes.
Do you guys remember Sky's the Limit?
Yeah.
Wow. Figured it was safe to wear a competitor's shirt out there.
They're not competitors.
I like a box of those shirts. We donate them
Find it outside the Wawa.
It's like I didn't know I was coming up next. I wasn't ready.
Sorry, put it in there.
Somebody tell a joke.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
I thought you guys would joke.
As you guys can tell, we're very formal.
Right.
Here at Skydive.
Oh, I gotta do the thing. Hold on.
I need that one.
Where'd you all go?
What?
Can you help?
No, he's just getting his file.
Oh, just kidding.
Sweet. Cool. Safety Day is great. And more great for the people who aren't here. So it's typically the same people who show up every year. Pass on what you learned to those knuckleheads and tell them about the bagels and fruit and the coffee so they come next year. I think it'd be great if every drop zone required people to attend these things. Some drop zones give away some free shit, or watch the live stream or watch a recording of it.
Fucking free bagels and coffee, man.
I mean, that's all I need. Moving on. So I'm your Eastern Regional Director. This is my first presentation this year. I think last year it was like my fourth or fifth.
Yeah.
So I did 9 presentations last year. So I'm going to stumble a little bit because this is new material and I don't know if it's all going to work. So please give me a little bit of grace. Feedback, please. Let me know. Either just raise your hand and ask or ask afterwards, or I'll give you my contact info. Again, my name's Dave. Got an email address. You can send me an email. Got a phone number that's easy to remember, 9804-way. You can find me on Facebook. That phone number, send me a text. If you call, I'm probably not going to answer because I get so much garbage. Don't leave a voicemail. People who leave voicemails are the same people who send emails in all caps.
Easy.
So, just
to be annoying.
so just some news and stuff. This is something really cool I saw like 2 months ago. SSK, the U.S. Service Center for Cyprus, they're offering free to all U.S. drop zones a big giant banner of your landing area with all your hazards marked and all landmarks and stuff. All you gotta do is ask. So talk to your drop zone owner and say, hey, why don't you talk to SSK? It's a big free banner.
There's already 3 from the pro shop.
Huh?
And flight 1.
10 feet. A couple years ago, you might have heard about the Maine Parachute Packers certificate. PIA has published their outline for what sort of training Maine Parachute Packers should have. It's worth reading just to see what would be good if you wanted to be a Maine Parachute Packer. The reality is, most people don't know this. The only person who should pack a Maine parachute is either a rigger or somebody under the direct supervision of rigger, or the person who's going to use that parachute. That's not how we actually do things at any drop zone. The Maine Parachute Packer is kind of to bridge that gap, to make packers who are working on the mat at any drop zone kind of more official. It's worth reading. That said, FAA is probably not going to move on this for a while because our government is so messed up right now. The FAA is trying to fix it. Just saying. New SIM, new IRM. Here's a new SIM, almost pocket size. You can also download the PDF for free. New IRM just came out. I don't have it yet. It is also free in PDF form. New tandem BSR that did not make it into this SIM because the SIMs were published before the board meeting last month. It's kind of important. Hook knife must be accessible to a tandem instructor while conducting a tandem jump. A hook knife must also be on an aircraft accessible to the pilot and the occupants. I'm not quite sure how larger aircraft are going to make that happen.
I've seen hook knives.
Two hook knives, maybe.
Don't go to the side door.
Yeah, but I mean, if the pilot and the occupant, I don't know. I'm curious, but this, and we're going to talk about the incident that resulted from this. World Skydiving Day is July 11th. That's Saturday. Big skydive that day. Be part of the world record. Next USPA board meeting is in August in Fredericksburg, Virginia. Please come. I know you won't. Please come. Some more things. Please make sure your paperwork is correct. Your ratings, your pro ratings, your application for your 1,000 jump wings, your 24-hour free fall badge. Please make sure that stuff is correct. And similarly, make sure it is on time. Don't renew your ratings late. It costs more money, and you have to call me. Incident reports. So Mackenzie mentioned there were 2 injuries last year. Were any incident reports filed?
I'm not good with paperwork. They've been working on that. It's one of my weaknesses.
So incident reports are non-fatal things. This is just a guideline that I like to use. If it makes somebody sit down for a day, it's worth filling out an incident report. If the drop zone owner, SNTA, made somebody sit down because they were doing dumb shit, make them fill out the incident report as part of their penance. And they are anonymous. So even though you put your contact info on it, when it gets processed by USPA, all that contact info gets taken out. Used to be we would get a few dozen incident reports per year. USPA started making a push a few years ago to really get more incident reports so we can have more data. We're now getting over 300 per year. And thanks to having that data, if you've been skydiving more than a couple of years, you remember hearing, don't delay, cut away, stay alive, practice 5. Those educational programs were direct results of statistics from the incident report. If we were to assume that we have incidents at the same rate as they do in the United Kingdom, because they also speak English, and to be clear, in the United Kingdom, incident reporting is required. British skydiving, they have all kinds of rules. You actually need a doctor's note to go skydiving in the United Kingdom. If we were to produce incident reports at the same rate they do, we would have about 6,000 incident reports per year. How many people know someone who got hurt skydiving last year? Okay. Bunch of hands. I never knew about this until I became regional director. A week after I became regional director, somebody got injured on a skydive that I organized. So I went through the process because I wanted to see. It's real easy to do. It's not intimidating, and again, it is anonymous. There's a newish BSR related to incident reports. As instructors know, incident reporting is required for student AAD activation. There's a relatively new BSR. An instructor needs to fill out an incident report for any student who has an injury that requires more than local first aid. And again, no disciplinary action will result from filing an incident. So go back 2 years, 2024, we had 9 fatalities. Last year we were like, yay, only 9 fatalities. 2025, we had 16. At this meeting last year, we already had 4. 2026, as of a few days ago, we were up to 3. So I'm going to run through the fatality summary. I'm not going to go through all the details of everyone because y'all don't want to hear me talk. You can find this presentation on the USPA website. I'm pretty sure that in the next or the next parachutist, there's also going to be the written narrative for everything. So 16 last year. Notice intentional low turns and no pull are the outliers there. Even though 16 is more than 9, it's still a pretty small number, which we'll get to in a second. If we compare last year to the past 2 decades, look at percentages, we're kind of like we were over the past 2 years. The percentages pretty much line up. Sorry, Mike. The whole time I've been doing it. Okay, I'm going to sit down. Is that better for you guys? I'm sorry, I didn't even realize that. The percentages kind of line up, and and the high numbers again are the no pulls and intentional low turns. Look at the averages by decade. 1970s were kind of brutal. That's the average number of fatalities per year in each decade. So we're making a lot of progress, right? This becomes even more significant when we look at the number of jumps that we're making. So the absolute number of just fatalities isn't really relevant unless you start thinking about how often is fatalities happening relative to how many jumps we're having. I think, so that those numbers at the top of those orange bars are millions of jumps per decade. And I think everyone here pretty much knows the 2020s aren't over yet. So I'm assuming Ron Bell is projecting jump numbers for the rest of the 2020s. I think if the costs for Jet A keep skyrocketing, we might not hit that 35 million. The takeaway here is that a lot more jumps are happening than there used to be decades ago, and the number of fatalities keep decreasing. Gear manufacturers are making our gear safer, more idiot-proof, and USPA continues to develop safety protocols and programs that actually work. So if we look at number of fatalities versus number of jumps, we can come up with what we call the fatality index. How many fatalities are happening per jump, or how many jumps before, on average, we have a fatality. So 1960s, out of 100,000 skydives, it's almost 6 fatalities. You can see that number going down. The 2020s, we're at 0.34 for 100,000 skydives. When I started skydiving 30 years ago, we tossed around 1 in 100,000 as the number that we look at. I did some quick back of the cocktail napkin math last night. If skydivers were dying at the same rate today that they were in the 1960s, we would have over 200 fatalities every year. I'd venture a guess that a lot of us wouldn't be here because we'd be like, this is too dangerous. Who's dying? Mostly de-licensed skydivers. For only the second year since the records have been maintained, the year ended without any student fatalities. Student jumps make up a significant percentage of the total jumps each year. Don't ask me how significant, I don't know, and I forgot to find out. I wrote this last night. But Mackenzie had some stats up on the screen earlier, and it's like a big deal that fun jumps actually exceeded tandem jumps here, which is unusual for many drop zones. But it's the most experienced skydivers, the D license holders, who consistently make up the bulk of the incidents that we're going to talk about. Why do you think it's D license holders?
Swooping.
Swooping. Dunning-Kruger effect. Complacency, normalization of deviance, general acceptance of risky actions like tiny parachutes and swooping. Supine harnesses in canopy piloting. People are getting hurt. All right, so we're going to go through real quick each category, a brief explanation of what happened, and then some stats. So we had 2 canopy collisions last year. The first one, the person had 183 jumps, jumping 189 square foot canopy at a 0.9 wing loading. This person flew the wrong direction in their landing. On their downwind leg, they flew directly into someone who was flying the correct direction. Resulted in a malfunction followed by a cutaway too low. The other jumper landed fine. This jumper had been counseled previously about flying incorrect patterns and awareness. Hindsight is 20/20. People like Jim got to be on those people who are doing dumb shit. Second one. This person had 2,900 jumps. Was jumping a 75 square foot canopy, loaded at 2.9. You think this is going to be a swooping incident? You're wrong. They were doing a 10-way high-performance canopy camp. So it's 10 people. They got 5 people on one side, coming at 5 people on the other side in the sky, intentionally flying at each other. And one group is going to do barrel rolls over the other group. This jumper was doing a barrel roll and collided with the jumper going straight. Likely severely injured, this jumper was under a spinning main until around 2,000 feet when they deployed their 113 square foot reserve loaded at 2.0, which also spun. Subsequently, the jumper struck building. This one is kind of bonkers as I read it. Like 20 years ago, this would just be unheard. Like we wouldn't have even thought that this would be something that would happen, right? But this is an example of, as our sport continues to progress, people are pushing limits, doing more extreme activities that are becoming more normal because our equipment permits it. Today's canopy pilots are jumping wings that are essentially paragliders that can be deployed in free fall. And we'll have a discussion a little later about how big do you want your reserve to be. Entanglement airplane. There have been similar fatalities in other countries. Australia a few years ago had a tandem double fatality where they got entangled with the airplane. Not to mention the non-fatal incident that I think everybody saw on social media last year with the guy in Australia whose reserve came out and he wrapped around the tail, and miraculously he used his hook knife and cut away his reserve lines and he landed fine under his main. But we've apparently never had an airplane entanglement fatality in the United States. But you eagle eyes right there, looking at the graph right here, there's a bunch, I don't know. I think the graph is wrong here. I haven't had a chance to ask Ron what's going on. So everybody heard about this from last year. It was a tandem exiting from 182. You guys who normally jump turbines, 182 is little planes that hold like 4 people. Normally people climb out on the steps, which is on the main landing gear. Tandem instructor had a hand cam. The student harness was improperly fitted to the student. The student was improperly positioned for exit. The instructor pushed off the plane with only one hand because he wanted to get good video with the other. The student harness got caught on the step on exit. The instructor struggled for several minutes to try to resolve the entanglement or disconnect from the student harness. He then chose to work himself free from his harness by disconnecting his chest strap, which was also not threaded correctly, and slipped out from the main lift web, and then he fell to the ground. The student eventually fell from the airplane with the tandem rig attached to the student harness by the lower laterals. The AAD fired, deployed the reserve, the student landed in a tree and essentially had no injuries. A miracle. So this goes back to what I talked about before with the BSR for tandems needed hook knives. That BSR is a direct result of this incident. At the board meeting last month, somebody brought, I couldn't figure out what the hell it was until somebody told me, a mock-up of a newly designed step that is, you never say snag-proof, but significantly snag-resistant. And I hope that those become more common in the industry. Let's be clear, tandem jumps are not routine skydives. Somebody is completely trusting you to take care of them. You're not just a button pusher running a roller coaster. I need to be top of your game every single jump because somebody's counting on you to do that. Equipment problems. Typically, these are due to equipment maintenance or poor packing. First, with 280 jumps, 150 square foot parachute, 1.0 wing loading. Around 2,500 feet, attempted to release both brakes, and the canopy entered a turn which did not resolve until impact. Gear inspection showed that only one brake was released, and there was somewhere on the brake's cat's eye that was still stuck. But the gear overall was in good condition. The brake was able to be released on the ground, as were the cutaway and reserve handles. Personally, reading this narrative, I'm not confident that this was really a gear issue. But certainly maintain your gear. If you got a parachute that you can't land, don't delay, cut away. Again, we don't really know what happened here. Second equipment problem, again, not a lot of details, 515 jumps, solo wingsuit, spinning from 3,000 feet until impact. No other details. Had a main out, was just spinning. Didn't cut away. Free fall collisions. Number 1, 2,136 jumps. This person was a videographer on a 13-way belly skydive at a boogie. About 25 seconds after exit, he was hit from behind by one of the formation skydivers diving to the formation. Person was reportedly not in control. Videographer was incapacitated, had an AED fire, and presumably was significantly injured as he was observed limp in the harness once he was observed. Second one, 5,300 jumps. Participant was part of a 5-way belly skydive. Man, belly's dangerous. At breakoff, there was vertical separation of about 10 feet between at least 2 of the jumpers, and this jumper's head and neck collided with another's hip. The person fell back to earth until, quote, a very low altitude, followed by a reserve deployment. It's not reported if that was an AAD activation or not. I would guess it probably was. Person had a broken neck, was quadriplegic, was on a respirator, and he elected to be removed from life support. Don't hit people. Don't get hit by people. Make sure you know everyone on your skydive and design your skydive so that the least experienced, least skilled person can be successful. Medical problems. This is a fun presentation, huh? Number 1, 35 jumps. Was seen slumped in the harness and slowly spinning. Autopsy said the person died from blunt force trauma from hitting the ground. But the autopsy also said that the person experienced a heart attack due to a 90% blockage in a coronary artery. 90% is a lot. Maybe we all should go to the doctor once a year. Second one, person had 65 jumps, was seen under a fully functional main parachute. Another jumper at about 800 feet saw this jumper below him, saw the jumper cut away, re-enter free fall, impact the ground. Pre-jump gear check confirmed that this person's RSL was connected and AED was turned on. Inspection of the gear on the ground, the RSL had been disconnected. His cutaway was too low for AAD activation. And it was subsequently reported by a friend that this person had previously expressed suicidal thoughts. We have one of these every couple years. Help is available if you need it. Just ask someone, reach out to someone. And for the rest of us, keep an eye on our friends. No pulse. So if you look at that graph there, you see over on the left, there's we ever have a couple no pulls, and then boom, we fixed it. Eliminated no pulls. Now it's back. Kind of like the measles. I knew somebody would get that joke. First one, person had 1,035 jumps, 76 years old, and 32 years of experience. No AAD, no handles, hit the ground. Reported that the body was found face down with his right arm back towards the main handle. No medical problems in the autopsy. And AAD likely would have changed the outcome of this guy. Number 2, someone with just over 200 jumps. It was his first wingsuit jump after taking a wingsuit first jump course a few weeks prior. Was seen in free fall, spinning at 4,000 feet, impacted the ground with nothing out. Cutaway handle was found a few feet away. He had an AAD, but it was not a wingsuit specific model. So you buy an AAD, you buy the changeable mode AAD, they're going to speed, expert, student. Wingsuit is a completely different animal. If you look at what's inside the AAD, there's all kinds of different stuff because the free fall profile of a wingsuiter is markedly different. So the calculations are a lot different. So if this guy had a wingsuit specific AAD, he might have had an AAD fire.
They don't make them anymore.
Oh, they don't? Well, there you go. The display, the AAD display only showed a black square. So they don't know if the AAD was damaged from the impact or if it just wasn't turned on. There was no report yet of any attempt to retrieve data from the AAD. AADs do log data about the sky. Third one, 230 jumps, 29 years of experience. Do that math, 230 jumps, 29 years of experience. After a layoff, this person had just done currency training earlier that day and did a currency jump. Was in stable free fall until impact. AAD did activate, but the reserve pilot chute did not deploy until impact. So, a couple things to talk about there. First is, what altitude does your AAD normally fire at? Cypress is set at 150 feet, Vigil they say 1,100 feet.
860. Depends what mode it's in.
It depends on the mode. It depends on your body position, because there can be a burble. If you're tumbling, it could be different. Raise your AAD activation altitude. We're all pulling by 4,000 feet, right? Maybe. Maybe you can add a few hundred more feet to your AAD activation altitude. It's kind of a pain in the butt to do it, particularly on Cypress, but it's worth doing.
I have a printout of how to do it if anybody wants.
The instruction manual for your AAD is on the manufacturer website, and there are instructions in there. Let's go back to AFF. What are your pull priorities? Pull. Pull.
Pull stable.
Pull the proper altitude, pull on time, and pull stable. Landing problems. So we had 4 of these last year. There's 3 different types of landing problems. Intentional low turn means I meant to do that. Non-turn related, something else, somebody landed in the ocean and drowned or something. We didn't have
Finish your flight.
And then unintentional low turn is somebody didn't mean to do that, but did it anyway. Overall, over the past 20 years, almost half of fatalities are somehow related to landing a parachute that should have been landed safely, could have been landed safely. So we'll talk about the unintentional low turn first. 220 jumps on a 190, a 1.3 wing loading. This guy's first jump in a new drop zone, light winds, the wind direction and therefore the landing direction, which was discussed before they got on the plane, flipped 180 degrees after takeoff. The jumper made a turn, in quotes from the report, too low, in an apparent effort to land in the same direction as everybody else and struck the ground while still in the turn. Landing downwind and PLFing and getting dirty or maybe a sprained ankle is way better than what happened to this guy. Turning low to attempt to land, turning too low just to attempt to land in the same direction as everybody else is worse than this outcome. A thought, is a 1.3 wing loading appropriate for somebody with 220 jumps? I can think of instances where it might be if somebody has decided that canopy piloting is what they want to do, and a majority of those jumps are working with an experienced canopy coach. Otherwise, probably not. Intentional low turns. If you look at the slope of that yellow line on the graph, the trend is still up. First one, 25,782 jumps. Jumping a 57 square foot parachute, loaded at 3.6, wearing a weight belt. This person was a world record holder in canopy piloting. I'm pretty sure this is a training jump just before a competition. He performed 360-degree turns, so that's 1,080 degrees for you math whizzes, to a new speed for landing. Hit the ground before recovering about 100 yards before the swoop pond. And then traveled almost that entire distance and stopped just before the pond.
Never give up the game.
Yeah. Trust your ears.
Never give up the game.
A blood toxicology report was consistent with very recent cannabis use, but actual impairment could not be determined. Yes, Sonic?
Just one thing about this fatality. This is a world champion or world record holder who hurt himself at the Nationals the previous year, hadn't jumped in about 5+ months. Currency is everything.
Thank you. I remembered reading that, but that wasn't in the narrative. But I remember reading that he had a layoff, so thank you.
First jump back. No altimeter.
I also saw something about people that do this. When they go to another drop zone, the air density is a lot different than from when you're usually jumping.
Certainly can be.
And that's a factor.
Yep.
Apparently.
Home drop zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking to get my judge rating in canopy piloting, and this is something that is being talked about in the canopy piloting community right now, is that they're just getting so aggressive with supine harnesses like the Mutant. People are going really, really, really fast, and people are getting hurt a lot. The question is, what are we going to do about it? Number 2, 1,520 jumps, 79 square foot parachute loaded at a 2.3. 450-degree turn to a swoop pond. I believe this was also a practice jump right before a competition. He hit the pond before coming out of the turn. Number 3, 1,297 jumps, 94 square feet, 2.3 wing loading. The only report is that he turned too low and hit the ground before coming out of the turn. The reality is, I mean, sometimes people just screw up. You know, we all make mistakes every day. When you're swooping, there's just not a lot of margin for error. And as you can see, even somebody who's really experienced can still make those mistakes. Sometimes there's a person who is just an idiot and keeps doing this over and over again. Pretty much every year at every drop zone, you see one knucklehead who's like, every time you see him coming for landing, people cringe. That guy needs to be talked to. But this is the one category where people choose to take a known and real risk. Be in the sport long enough and you're gonna know somebody in this category. So looking at the statistics for 2025, average number of jumps is 2,942, but that number is skewed by the dude with 25,000. So if we take 25,000 out, the average is 1,440. The median, which I think is actually more interesting, when you go back to your high school math class, you don't remember the difference between mean and median. Median jumps is 775. So it's not super experienced. Males 87%, females 13%. That's pretty much what we have in the sport. Average ring loading 1.64. 5 people didn't have AADs. Takeaways: practice your emergency procedures, have an AAD, consider raising activation altitude, have an RSL, have the biggest reserve you can. Some manufacturers have or are introducing containers with larger reserves than mains. We could have a separate conversation, not today, about 2-out canopy compatibility. I don't think that there's any such thing as a reserve that's compatible with a sub 100 square foot cross braced canopy. My main is a 101 and my reserve is a 150. Don't be this guy. I discovered this closing loop last week.
Man.
Yeah.
Very fast.
1 minute, I'm done. When doing a reserve repack, what does your rigger do with your main? Full inspection and repack of the main, just like your reserve. Basic inspection of common wear items, like closing loops. Do they remove the pack made, just set it aside, leave it in the bag, and then hook it back up and close the container? Or do they pack the reserve around the made? You should know the answer to this question. Keep track of the due date for your AAD so your rigger doesn't have to tell you. That's all I got. Any questions?
No, thank you, Dave.
All right, don't forget to like and subscribe. Check out my own page.
Thanks, Dave. Next, everybody good? Want to keep going, or everybody need a break? Or
5-minute break.
5-minute break? 5-minute break. Get your smokes in. Come back here. Smoking if you got it. See you guys back here. Tell us something.
Oh, we got TJ in the chat. What's up, guys? How's it going, guys? We got 9 people in chat. Can we get W's in the chat? Come on, boys and girl. Yeah, I'm probably actually gonna move this camera forward. So we're on a break. Hello. How's it going? Good. Excuse me. Let's see. How's it going, sir? Want to talk to the live stream? Talk to the 9 people watching on the live stream. Tell them how it's going.
That's still live?
It's still live. We gotta stay live. Alright. I think this is a better camera angle.
Like we should only switch again. Maybe better off.
So here's the file here. That's the PPTX file that I got from USB state of That's just arm.
Yeah, so I'm just looking here, like that's where we want to be.
So it's right here. Where's the notes? Click to add speaker.
Yeah, so it's fun because you're using Google Docs.
Yes.
Oh wait, no,
I don't hear it. How do I get to that? I'm going to the next slide.
So that's why I
use Excel.
Well, so I use PowerPoint, then I also use presentation view. So I project just the slides.
You're able
But
to
then
see
I can see all the notes.
You got to teach me. I'm still. You were always a whiz with these computers.
So I'm going to see if I can take my one step.
Yeah, you know, so like I'm still trying to. I'm like working on my phone. All right, now I see that. But I don't know. Okay, so I got the slide there. Here's the notes. How do I do what you just said? Well, you don't know because it's a Chrome. This is a Google.
Oh yeah. So then you add this to that. Yeah, no, you're duplicating the screen.
I'm still learning.
You got till next year to figure it out.
That's it, huh? That's it. You're out? One and done for you? That's it?
What?
With you're done?
Well, no. This is, I think we just started the second year before you
Okay, let's have a seat, let's get going. Grab a seat, let's get going.
This is on 135. Thought about changing to the stage sounds like it's going to be a nice. I think it's going to be that line. Okay. Are you gonna chase that?
Hey, somebody want to get Evan? Anyone seen Evan? Know where he's at? Evan!
You're learning super this year, right?
Well, I want to try to do the.
Yo, hey, I don't know how recent, but Alec Beebe said hi to you. Alec Beebe said hi to you.
Oh, hey.
So,
But
thank you, Alec Beebe.
But yeah,
I was talking to them about something here.
TSA, I've got issues.
Yeah, because what I've been doing is I've been working on the DFO.
7 years ago when I went to the they inspected my airbag and took my weight belt out.
Yeah, I took two.
And the reason I
Yo, get up.
We just got one there.
All right, have a seat, we're gonna go. That's it, shut.
All right, we're doing our break, everybody. Evan expressed some interest in showing what the guys are doing over at the wind tunnel and to introduce some hand signs that they're using to help communicate. We can't really talk, planes running, wind speeds are high, like our voices are useless, so we use our hands to communicate all the time. I was showing the best hand signal we all know, pull, fucking pull, right? We all know that one. And that's about all I know. So I'm gonna leave it up to Evan to bring us up to speed on what they're using in the wind tunnel. And come on up, Evan. Evan, you son.
Yo. Hey everyone, how's it going?
All right.
My name is Evan, and I'm going to talk about some hand signs. Useful hand signs for the skydiving environment. We use a bunch of hand signs for AFF, but this is going to be for and coaching. This is going to be for like some other ones, scenario-based hand signs that I think would help in your day-to-days. So a quick intro. Why do you use hand signs? When speaking isn't available. Visual communication may sometimes be faster and more efficient. Visual cues are common in the world of aviation. And signing with one hand is useful when the other hand is occupied. And we learned that in ground school and going through our progression. But these hand signs are pretty cool to use whenever you're in a situation where you might not be able to talk, or you might not be able to hear the person, and this would be good for you. Can anyone say any examples of when hand signs are used in skydiving? We already talked about AFF. Okay, we got Johnny Mac over there. He said "fuck you." Yeah. That's a good one. Does anyone else have any other examples of when hand signs? Oh, what was that?
The loader.
The loader,
Of
yes.
the plane. He's always showing his fingers like this, like that, or down like this. I don't know what the hell that means.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes you see...
Chrissy's been doing it for years. He just goes, yeah.
Yes. Sometimes you see ground crew loading up the plane. They're talking to the pilot, giving them numbers, the counts of the passengers in the aircraft. And that's counting on one hand. And that's what we're actually going to talk about first. Have you ever been on jump run and the plane's going crazy loud and the pilot yells out ground speed and they go, and you're at the tail, or you're in the very back and you're like, what? And they go, and you're like, oh shit, and now it's all chaotic. And what was that?
Paulie doesn't do that. He's good with that.
Yeah, Paulie just is like, get out. No, Paulie yells very well at ground speeds.
Paulie uses the speaker.
He does use the speaker.
But he doesn't know where the button is.
Yeah, this is the way we use one hand to count 0 through 9 in the tunnel. So if you hit the tunnel, you could already know this one too. But this is also good for anyone asks you how many people are in your group, what the speed is, and any other times you need to answer with a number. So this is good to everyone do it together, so we can also learn at the same time as we're watching this. So first one, easy, 0. Everyone give me a 0. Nice, very easy. And number 1, easy. So we got 0, 1, 2, 3.
I can't do that.
4, 5.
Use some of those signals already with the students. So.
Easy, yes, very true. Yes, so that's easy, 0 to 5. How do we say 6 with one hand? Does anyone know how to do 6 with one hand? We got some tunnel flyers in the back, we know. Okay, yes, I'm seeing it. 6. That's going to be a 6, 1 to the right. And just a preface, I don't recommend using these for new students because they already have different hand signs for these. So this is mainly for people who already are through their progression and don't need to confuse the two of pull and number 6. 7. So we got 6, 7.
6, 7.
6, 7.
Jimmy, where are you at?
8, 9. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Can anyone give me a common ground speed we got is 85? Can anyone give me 85? Show me 85, anybody. 85, 85. Nice. How about 66? Ooh, that's quite interesting, a bit specific. 66. How about 90? Anybody, 90? 90. So it'll be a bit hard to get it going at first, but those second numbers, 6, 7, 8, 9, all sideways. Okay, so that was pretty easy. We're going to go through some useful hand signs for fun jumping that we could use for scenario-based situations, and we'll go through them too. Okay. This text is black. It should have been a white background, so you can't really see this intro here. But the first thing we'll do is belly. This is common in the loadout area. When you guys are in the loadout and we got earplugs in, the prop might be spinning, someone asks you, what are you doing? Does anyone know how to say belly in the loadout area? We'll use either belly as in flat, we're going flat, or I like this one, belly. Get in my belly. Because sometimes this can be for those angle guys and movement people. Sometimes they're doing this side. We'll go with that too.
That was this.
6, 7. It'll be, I like this for belly. just because it's different than this one. Sometimes this is used as movement. So first one is belly. Quite easy, quite easy. You just rub your tummy. The next one is going to be free fly. So if you're free flying and someone asks you what you're doing, you can give them this. This is kind of like a sit fly position, like you're sitting with your hand. So if anyone's asking and you say free fly, give them this, free fly. This next one is movement. So if you're tracking or angling, you can use this one for movements. I know some people do this for belly, but I like this one. You can really point with your finger in this way. This is more of a movement sign than doing this for belly. So this is movement. Okay. If you're going specific for free flying and we're going head up, you can do this. Tap, head up. Head up. And you can see that when you are doing these hand signs, say the word too that you're trying to motion, because that really helps the visual cue as well. And head down is the same thing, just pointing down, head down, that's quite easy. Okay. This is really cool. Speed. When we're trying to go faster, when we're going tracking, for example, and your leader gives you this, that means you're going faster.
50-pound tandem student. Fast.
Yes, the tandem guys will tell that video person, hey, we're going to go fast on this one. But say you are in the tail of the plane, and no one has called out ground speed yet. And you're like, okay, red light's on, that person's spotting. You turn around and you lock eyes with that tandem guy, and you can go, speed? That tandem guy looks around, checks, he goes, 75. So every time we're asking for speed, you can give him this one. And lastly, you give that tandem guy a thank you. This is what we use a lot. Be polite. Thank you. So far we have belly, free fly, movement. We have speed. We also have thank you. This is some useful hand signs for the drop zone staff. Sometimes we're asking these same questions all the time for the drop zone staff. And I think this would be quite useful. So once again, this font is going to be black, but on the top, on the left, I don't know if you can read my lips, the left one is how many. So we're going to do both hands if you guys want to try that. Both hands, how many. It's going to start over here, and then you just flick your hands up like this. How many? How many? How many? How many? And then this on the right is more. More. So you could say, how many more? For those the ground crew, same example. At the load up area, you got half the plane full with tandems. All the fun jumpers are waiting right there, waiting for those next tandem people to come along to run out from the gear up area. And then you see the ground crew look at the lock eyes of the pilot and they go, how many more tandems? I didn't include that one. T for tandems.
How do you say inty?
They say, where's Inty? Where's Inty? He's over there, everybody. Say what up, Inty. Yeah, we got Inty in the house. Yes, so how many more? That is very, very common in the tunnel, and we can also use that too on the drop zone. Okay, so some tips. Facial expressions are key for this. Whenever you're asking a question with hand signs, you want to have your eyebrows furrowed down. That's in a question facial expression. Something like in a question mode, like, how many? How many? Say the word as you sign. It really helps. Slow hand signs. Make them clear and effective. If you're asking for speed and someone just goes, you're like, okay, that just burned too much time and now I gotta redo this and too much time and it's not effective. So slow and smooth. Once again, this may not be effective with students because 6 and 7 mean different things to them. 7, you might tell them straight legs. 600. And sorry, and and 6 is pull. So you want to make sure that when you are introducing these hand signs to people, they're not confused about them in that regard. And you can also take this to coaching as well. We have one more thing that Kenzie also wanted me to talk about. Leg signs under canopy. That's a great time to, we've got a canopy section next for this one. So you see someone under canopy, and how do we communicate with them? So what we could do first is shake our legs. So if I have my legs shaking in this manner, does anyone know what this means?
I see you.
I see you, yes. So kind of a forward and backwards motion with the legs. I see you. You can do a little, I see you.
Hold on, it's I see you, do you see me?
I see you, do you see me?
It's a question.
It's also a question, thank you, Winnie. When they don't kick back, then you're like, okay, they probably don't see me. This is the I see you, do you see me? And then how about when your legs go laterally, spreading them wide?
You go. You go ahead.
You go. So we have 2 of those here. So when when your legs are going forward and backwards, I see you, do you see me? And then as you put your legs laterally and wide, you can go into breaks, and that is a universal sign of you go. So going into breaks and spreading your legs wide in this manner is letting them go. And if they don't go, then you got other things to do. So you have to make other decisions. Does anyone have any questions right now? Oh, thank you, Jim. I know, we got to bring the energy up a bit here. But thank you, Dave. That was a good presentation.
I have a question
Yes.
about the airspeed.
Yes.
How hard would it be to put a little monitor in the back of the airplane that can tell us the airspeed or ground speed that the pilot's telling us up front? Like, do they have, is there like
Yes,
these little monitors?
there
I
is.
don't know if the technology is there. So
The question was, is there a monitor? We got a hand raised. That's a great question. The question was, is there a monitor you can put in the back of the plane to show ground speed winds? Dave.
So USPA every year has the technology awards, the STAR Awards, and the winner of it last year, 2 years ago, developed exactly this thing. It runs on a tablet. It's just slapped on the back wall. It shows your ground speed. It shows how close you are to the drop zone. Really cool stuff. You can find it on the social.
Yes.
Is it an app on an iPad?
It is.
Yes.
I think it was someone at CPI or something.
Yes, it won an award at CPI for like coolest invention or something like that. Yes. Okay. So maybe that's something we can put on our plane. Yes, Scott.
Last year we briefly went over hand signals when people get injured in the landing area.
Okay, yes, thank you so much for bringing that up. That's, okay, we're going to cover that later. Scott, awesome job. Hand signals, the question was hand signals in the loading area during incidents.
Yeah,
But we'll get into that.
Landing area.
Landing area, my apologies. Okay, any more questions? We all got that? 75, 6, 7, 8, 9, and belly, free fly, movement. Thank you. Okay. Yes, one more question, Mike.
Does this replace dirt diving, preparing for the skydive, and before it? So should you come to the loading area, just go, I'm looking at these signals and I'm ready to get on this airplane?
Absolutely not. The question was, does it replace any of your current ethics or mannerisms in the loading area?
Skydiver to be there. I know sometimes we're late or whatever, but you're still expected to show up to the loading area knowing all this stuff that we just talked about beforehand, right?
Yes. Yes. This has just been communicated.
That's cool. That's why I just want to make sure that we're not like, hey, I went like this and he didn't know.
Yes, I think speaking is the first priority, and then you can also add these hand signs to your verbiage. Yes?
I think this happens every season. The doors open, you're on jump run, there's clouds, there's traffic, whoever's spotting. The communication between the pilot and the door. If you're going to abort and have to do a go around, maybe an X, so everybody knows, or this, whatever. Okay, right, all right?
Yes.
All right, yeah, go around.
Yes.
Going around, okay? Because when I spot, I look for aircraft. A lot of people, they see the green, they're out the door, because somebody's yelling, get out. So it's useful to understand that that's going to happen.
Yes. The question was, go around if you're spotting and there's clouds or there's anything out there that would need to require a go around. And also traffic. You can use these like the wings of a plane, traffic. Yes. Question, yes.
Comment. So, specifically, back in the day when I jumped, swinging the legs, under canopy meant I see you, you see me. Is it specific? Because last week at Skydive Philadelphia, clicking the heels together meant I see you, I'm acknowledging you see me. That was their acknowledgement. Here you're saying you go first.
Yes, that's a good question. This is, what I've seen is, this is more drop zone specific. To this drop zone, people tend to click their heels in, I'm letting you go, along with a holding in brakes method. That is more drop zone specific. This may not be so common in other drop zones. However, the legs going forward and backwards are I see you see me. And then clicking the heels is I'm gonna hold and let you go.
You see the movement too, the hands coming down, you know that they're going to have brakes.
Yes. If you see someone going into half brakes, that automatically should let you know that they're letting you go. Good question. Anything else? Any more questions, anybody? Anything in input? Okay. Thank you, everybody.
That's a good segue right into aircraft, I think. Because a bunch of stuff was spoke about, but I don't know if it was clarified, and I want to clarify a few things. I like the hand signal. That was good. That was good. Although we all know you have to get naked to count to 21. All right. So yeah, aircraft only. This is usually this is the go around. Who can call go around in an aircraft? Anyone on the aircraft? We might ask you why at some point. Just have a reason. There was a balloon or something. We have no problem doing go-arounds for the most part. I guess I'm going to talk from the pilot's perspective. Where it gets sometimes a little aggravating is when we give you the red light. What does the red light mean?
Open the door, check the spot.
Open it. We're saying to you, open the door and start looking for traffic. That's kind of what we're saying because we're configuring the aircraft. So what happens when we configure the aircraft? We put the flaps down and we slow the aircraft down. So this is just from the pilot to you guys. When you start calling out ground speeds before we configure, you're wasting your breath, you're wasting your hand signals because that's not the speed we're going to be doing. Does that make sense? Because I see it happen all the time. Because they'll ask me, what's the ground speed? And I haven't configured the plane yet. Right? So think about it. You have to think like a pilot a little bit. We're talking on four different frequencies, including, New York, who's a mess. And we're configuring the plane, we're slowing it down, and you're asking us, what's our speed? Well, it's changing, right? It's changing. You should have a good idea before you get on the plane about what we're going to be doing. Does that change? Of course it does. We can let you know what the ground speed is, but this is the problem I have. Do you know what to do with that number? Do you even know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, hey, you know what? We're doing 101. Awesome. What does that mean? Get out. What does that mean? In other words, can you guys extrapolate a little bit from airspeed to why are you asking for the airspeed? The younger jumpers have no idea. Some of you don't have any idea. You're asking for the airspeed because, I'm sorry, not the airspeed, the ground speed. The ground speed because you want to know how much separation between each group. If we're going very slow and my airspeed's in the 20s, is that possible? Yeah, we can get down that slow. We're not moving. So common sense would dictate, do we want to keep putting groups out? No, we want to give more time between groups with the higher ground speeds. I'm sorry, the lower ground speeds. Now, if we're doing over 100, we're moving, right? So this is where it gets a little aggravating. We say we do the 100, we give you a little hand signal. And you know it's going fast. We put the green light on early. And the next thing you know, the last couple groups are in Pennsylvania. All right, so take that information and use it for your benefit. We're trying to help you out with that. So any questions on the airspeeds? The slower the aircraft, the longer the separation. We do have, I'm pretty sure on the plane, wasn't there a...
Yeah, there's a chart.
It was a basic rudimentary kind of chart. Nothing really beats your eyes in watching. In other words, watching the
Right,
people
look
go out
the fucking plane.
and see how much drift they're getting. And let's not get into that 45-degree rule, because that thing kind of went to shit 20 years ago. All right, so we have to go around. We have the red light means open the door. Check for traffic, check for balloons, check for clouds, check for whatever you want to check for. What does the green light mean? Me to you, I'll tell you what it means. The aircraft's configured. I have a pretty stable ground speed, and I'm okay, I'm ready for the CG to change. What does that mean? Give me a hand.
Center of gravity.
CG, center of gravity. What do you mean it's going to change? What's that mean?
Getting out of the plane.
Yeah, so think about it. If you have a six-way going out on the tail, is that going to affect the way the plane flies?
Yep.
Yeah, it is. So I'm ready for it. That's all the green light means. It's like, all right, I'm ready. Now, does that mean I can handle everything? No. What can I handle?
Give them a heads up.
Everyone in the back of the plane at one time.
Yeah, so, all right, we're doing it 10-way, an 8-way, a 12-way, whatever the hell you're doing, and you guys get out there, and I know you're doing it. Now you're out there, and you're getting comfortable. Louis T's group, they're a little slow, and they're kind of chilling out. Everyone's...
Hey, who's loving that Louis T's group on this floor? Who's picking up Louis for?
Everyone's crowding the door. No one stayed back towards the front. And this is what it feels like. You start to feel the plane do a wheelie, right? My tail's going. So what does a pilot do? He pushes forward on the yoke, all right, to keep the tail up. There comes a point in flying an aircraft when you can't push any forward. You're all the way forward, and you're still doing that, all right? That's when your asshole goes like this. Because you're about to stall the
I've been talking
aircraft.
about pucker factor for years, man.
Has this happened to anyone in this room?
Not me.
That's it? More people haven't been on a plane that stalled? Because this is kind of a common thing over the last 30 years. You know, there's some great videos on it. It's not cool, and it's scary, and you need a pilot who really knows what the hell he's doing to rescue himself from that situation. So, the point of the story, when you're putting that group in the door, we're saying you're okay to do it, but not for an extended period of time. And I know that sounds, I'm not trying to be funny, because when everyone's in the door, I'm going to have that feeling. There's only a couple things I could do to negate that, and that's forward pressure, possibly some throttle, or give the plane some torque. But believe it or not, that actually hurts sometimes as well, because it pulls me up more. So kind of a common sense thing, and this is a really serious safety thing when we talk about aircraft, is CG, everyone back in the tail of the aircraft. What I like is, hey, Louis, you're doing a 10-way, great. Everyone else, stay in the front of the plane until they leave, because you're going to have to wait anyhow, right? There's going to be a wait before you go. And the reason for that, if you're doing an 8 or 10-way, at break-off, that 8 or 10-way is like a firework. It just explodes in every direction because people are tracking away. So an 8 or 10-way takes up a lot more space than a potential 2-way. Does that make sense? Kind of like a big star. So we have to give them, you know, ample amount of time. All right, back to aircraft.
Really quick, I'm sorry to interrupt. So on that note, usually Manifest does know when you guys are doing big ways. I think there was a little lack of communication on that last year. If you guys want to go do a 10-way zoo dive, but we have to know to tell the pilot. So if you guys are doing anything bigger than, I would say, probably 4 or 5 way, just let the ground crew know. That way, pilot knows and I know. Mostly so they know. Okay, so if you guys are doing 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, whatever you want to do, just let Manifest or let ground crew know so we can communicate to the pilot. Cool.
And while we're in that category, throw in there, we've talked about high poles. Like, there's some things that we really should know about.
No hop and pops on weekends.
Yeah, hop and pops are tough. And let me pops are difficult, are not because the pilot's an asshole and he doesn't want to do it. Well, maybe in my case, but for the most part, I'm going to try to explain this. We can't talk to New York till we get to about 4,000 feet. The plane climbs at about 1,500 to 2,000 feet a minute. So if at 4,000 feet, they're busy and talking, I can't get through to them, I'm past 5.5 in probably about maybe 45 seconds. So I have 45 seconds to get in with them, and legally I have to give them a 2-minute warning. Does that even equate? Is that even possible to do? No, it's not. It's very hard. And what happens is, if we do call them, we'll check in with them and say 2 minutes to jumpers at 5.5. Okay? And it's not 2 minutes. It's more like 20 seconds. So, if we say we can't do hop pops, it's not because we don't want to let you do them. It's just because they're super busy and there's just no way we could get through to them. Why do we need to talk to air traffic control when you guys are skydiving? Show of hands. The number one, well, we're going to all say safety, of course. And we know that air traffic control is looking out for you guys because they're telling me any aircrafts that are in the area. I have onboard traffic, but we're also listening to their advice. The number one reason, it's a FAR. What's an FAR? Yeah, it's like a BSR of the FAA. I just do a lot of acronyms out there, right? It's a rule of the FAA. We need to be in communication with them. We need to tell them certain things. I just had a meeting with Philadelphia last week, and we went over our letter of agreement with them, and this is mandatory that we give them a 2-minute warning. We give them a jumpers away, descending. That's mandatory, and we check in with them. If we don't do that on every single jump, we're in violation of an FAR, and I have personally been rung up on that. So, not good. Really not good stuff. Okay, so where the hell was I? We're talking about...
The loads. Loaded the plane, weight bias.
Yeah, all right. We're walking out to the plane. Let me back up a bit. Some things. We know where to approach it from. This is on your A license test. How do you approach an aircraft?
From the back.
Yeah, from the rear, 45 degrees from the rear. Why? I always, everyone knows the answer. Sometimes you don't know the why. Why? Why do you have to walk from the rear only?
The prop.
Okay, the prop's a big one. We've had people killed that way. We know that. What's another reason?
So the pilot can see you?
Yeah, that's probably the most important. Visibility. So we can see you over here. If you're coming from the right rear or somewhere out there, I might not see you. Has a pilot ever had to emergency kill an engine because of skydivers?
Yep.
Has anyone ever walked into a propeller of a skydiving aircraft? Yeah. All right, so these are the things. This is safety day. This is why we're here. This is why we're talking about aircraft safety. I briefly mentioned you walk out to the loading area. Should you be ready to skydive?
Yes.
How many times have we seen this? The jumper comes out there and his leg straps are full on. He's doing his chest strap, right? We can't have that. We can't have it. Our ground crew will stop you and they will wait for you, or tell you missed the load. You have to board the plane like you're ready to jump out of the plane.
We tuned that up even more last year after the fatality of the tandem and that Cessna. We didn't know what happened that day, and we kind of reeled it in. I brought in all the fun jumpers and all the staff, and we decided that the gear up has to be 100% complete before they step onto the grass. So that's before you even get to the loading area. So 100% gear checks, ready to go when your toe touches the grass. And that's been the rule since that incident, and that's the way it's going to stay.
I also just want to touch on that really quick, and we're very, very much going to implement that this year. One, obviously, if you're running to the plane, trying to gear up, I have instructed the ground crew to immediately kick you off. I don't care if you do your leg straps in the grass next to the plane, you're not getting on the plane. So that's kind of where we're at with that from a safety perspective. If you're not geared up and ready to go before the airplane even pulls up to get you, the ground crew is instructed to kick you off. And I don't care if you get ready in 30 seconds, you're not getting on. So that's kind of where we are with getting geared up and safety before the aircraft.
Yeah, that's a good point. The problem with people rushing to the aircraft is just a mentality I want to change. If you're running to the aircraft and it's already started to load, we have issues. There's other issues that causes, not just the selfish ones. There's issues like, okay, well, where are you going out in the order of loading this plane? In other words, the guy rushing out, is that the guy who's doing the high pull? Should he have been in the plane already? So I want to get away from that rushing to the aircraft. I want to make sure your gear's completely 100% ready to go when you board the aircraft. And the reason for that, again, I'll emphasize, I personally have been on an aircraft that the engine blew up. They threw a rod. It was only about 3,000 feet. You're not thinking like that. We need to think like that. If I need to get out right now, am I ready? And I ended up going out. I didn't need to go out, but I went out of the aircraft with no helmet, I had nothing on me. I left everything because it was a violent explosion. It was an explosion. So you need to be ready to get out of the aircraft at all times. Probably not a bad idea to watch your surroundings on the way up. How many times have you guys seen traffic or something on the way up? And you've pointed it out to us. We don't, I can't say we 100% see all traffic because of the following. Number one, gliders don't usually come up on our radar. They don't always come up on New York's radar either. Gliders are a problem, birds are a problem, balloons are a problem. There is some shit out there that we don't see. So that becomes very important. Okay. I lost my train of thought again.
Drones flying near the airport. If you see anybody flying a drone near the airport, say something right away.
Drones are another issue. Okay, so the person to the aircraft, we nip that in the bud. Please take the time to do a proper gear check and be ready when you get on the aircraft. We're loading from the rear, we know that. We're going to talk about on-aircraft emergencies that have happened. All right. Has anyone seen a drogue fall out of a tandem instructor's parachute? Yeah.
It was my joke, Sean saw.
Yeah, it's happened countless times. It mostly happens, this is a tandem issue, but it mostly happens when they're sliding up the bench, and it gets caught on something, and out the drogue comes. Now, can that be fixed in the aircraft?
Yes.
Yeah, so let's talk about a pilot chute comes out. Can that be fixed?
Yes.
Right. Is that likely to fill up with air and shoot out the plane and kill the world?
No.
Pilot chute?
Close the door.
Not usually. What do we say when a pilot chute, a drogue or something comes out?
Fabric out.
Drogue out.
Shoot out, drogue out, right? Nice and loud. I don't care who you are. You're entitled to say that. And that tells the senior jumper and or the jumper by the door, close the door if it's open. Close the door. Let's address the issue, which usually can be addressed on the aircraft in that situation, and we'll carry on. So shootout's important. Now let's talk about the reserve that just popped in the aircraft. Does that happen? Who's seen it happen? All right. Mostly this has to do with reserve pins and leaning up against the wrong thing or leaning up against your partner or something of that nature. And boom, you just pop the reserve. Or you're an asshole doing a demo and you forget to turn the... that's another story. Yeah, might have been. Yeah, and AEDs went off all over the place. So with the reserve, a little more serious because that actually can probably catch air and that may go out the door. The reserve pilot chute's a little different. Shoot out, the door gets closed. Can that be fixed on the aircraft? No. Reserve pilot chute just popped.
No.
No. Now, whether or not you continue jump ops, like we might be able to put that person in the front and secure them, that's up to the pilot. So that's kind of a case-by-case basis. We'll see what the problem is. But again, it's shoot out. This is a problem. Let's fix it and or land the aircraft. Other times the aircraft will land in an emergency. What are some good examples of that? Because that happens quite often.
No fuel.
No, not who said fuel? No.
Sometimes wind, weather, windy or something.
Weather and wind. Yeah, those are 1 and 2. Fuel, that's not good.
I don't know. President's in the area for some reason. All of a sudden.
Yeah, well, air traffic control tells us to abort, which does happen once in a blue moon. Or Kenzie and the girls call up and say, hey, the wind just picked up crazy. You need to land. Or the weather's coming in and the pilot sees the weather. Sergeant.
Hey, Richie, do you have a universal signal other than yelling to the pilot to say, we got to go down?
This is what I've always used, and I know other people have used it, but I use it personally to tell you we're not going.
So we can use that back to you, relay it to the pilot.
Yeah, you heard the engine goes and you feel it, yeah. Usually, this means we're not going, or we're going down, we're done, that's it, game's over. We do have to do this a few times a season for winds, weather, clouds, rain, miscellaneous bullshit. But be prepared. What do we do if we have to land the aircraft?
Seatbelts.
Seatbelts back on. Helmets on. Back to seatbelts. And I always laugh when I even have to say this, but we know the male-female thing, right? The male comes through the leg strap, not the female. Do I have to explain this?
No, you do it every year.
Okay.
I don't know, for the new
Every
people,
year.
do it one more time.
Yeah. Well, in an emergency situation and you pop that belt open and you go to leave and you put the female through your leg strap, it's gonna get caught, or it could get caught. That's not good, because if the pilot says, get out, it usually means like, we need to get out, that we don't have time. If the first person gets their seatbelt stuck, that's a problem. So, male to the leg strap is preferred. So your seatbelt's on, we take our seatbelts off at
2,000.
2,000 feet. I think we just upped that last season.
Yeah, I got
Right?
you.
Louis, wherever you are, we did up that to 2,000. I got in trouble last year. 2,000 seatbelts come off. Do seatbelts get rebuckled? Do they ever get rebuckled? All right, good. Now we have truck bags. Do seatbelts get stowed? Yes, unless the pilot says we need to land, and the seatbelts come back out, they go back on, helmets on. What about your camera helmets on takeoff? Either secure them or wear them. Preferably wear them. All right, we really don't want to hold them in our hands because, God forbid, there is a crash. That thing's going to be a projectile and it could hurt someone else. Okay, so we're good. We're loaded up. The pilot gets his hand signals, which he usually doesn't understand. Anyhow, because they hire ground crew with really fat fingers and I can't see all the numbers. But. So we're taxiing away. You guys are good to go. And we take off 2,000 feet, seatbelts come off. The door, does it get opened? Okay, so we check. Is everyone good to open this door? Why do we do that?
Make sure the TIs are ready.
Mostly tandem guys. You know, hey, you guys ready back there? Is everyone in this plane ready to open this door? Because once that door opens, it becomes a hazard. Something could go out the door. We need to be ready to respond to that.
Richie, in 2,000 feet, everybody wants to make sure that their seatbelts, we're just not asking, are you ready? You want to make sure that the seatbelt is completely unbuckled from in case they got to get up.
Yeah, seatbelts are off, and I'm good, I'm clear, you could open it. Unless anyone else has something extra on that, that's usually been the MO for that. Up we go. So you're gonna get, now, I don't know, Paulie and I are obviously different pilots, but sometimes you'll get a little, what the hell's that thing called? You might get the 2-minute cowbell. Sometimes we'll yell 2 minutes. Sometimes we don't say anything. If for some reason you see the flaps starting to go down, start looking at us because we probably should have said something. Any questions to this point with the aircraft? No?
Rich, what about moving forward when you're taxiing? If you're full load, you can't get good steering if everybody's aft.
Yeah, well, the aft thing, you bring up a great point. The aft thing, I've got a really good video of, it's not a good video, it's an educational video of people loading a caravan, and it did the wheelie, the tail hit the ground, the pilot cut it, smokes everywhere, the engine, you know, the fire comes out like it normally does. It's bad juju. So how I see this mostly is loading. When you get a video guy or two, get on early and they go to the right to the tail and let other people go. Well, while tandems are getting on, that's almost 4 people in the tail. So I discourage camera guys from getting on and anyone from moving towards the tail of the aircraft. One at a time, right to the front, that'll help. And like Johnny's saying in taxi, if you guys are kind of not cinched in there good, we do feel the front wheel is doing, you're riding a wheelie basically. And you can feel the nose come up. So stay nice and tight on that. All right, we covered just about everything, red light, green light. We don't have the shorty, we're not gonna have it that much this year, but if we do, I gotta throw it out there, just watch. Always remember this on a short caravan that the flaps are real close to the door. So when the door opens and you get out on a front float scenario, the flap's like right next to you. Be careful not to damage the flap if we do have a shorty, but I will have another meeting if we bring in a shorty for whatever reason. The door, what's the #1 rule with that?
Don't slam the door.
Yeah, don't slam the door. That's mostly because we have to replace those stupid panels, like the clear panels are a pain in the ass to replace because they crack. So be careful with the door up and down. I've only said that about 400,000 times.
Just real quick, the person opening the door, always yell door before you open it, because the person behind you will get whacked in the head. So this is a simple practice of yelling door before you open it.
And it's a participation sport, so whoever's opening it, the one sitting on that seat right by the door, should be ready to watch to make sure it doesn't come down hard. Sometimes it's tough to move with just one person, so we can all help each other and keep it from slamming. It breaks, we're done for the day.
Yeah.
Treat
Yeah,
the
the
door
door,
like the whole operation depends on it.
the door also, it likes to be kind of handled from the center. You know, when you grab one end of the door, it cocks it in the track, and then you have some more problems. So if two people do it, great. If one person does it, try to do it from the center. Guide it all the way up. Watch their hands on the bar. Tandem instructors, your students, watch their hands. If they're all the way back there, they might have their hand on the bar, because that acts as almost like a cheese grater. When it goes by, it messes up your knuckles. So be careful with the door.
But make sure you open the door all the way. Sometimes people have a tendency to get it almost there, and then if you handle the bar, it's in the way.
Yeah, then it interferes with the bar, yeah. So all the way up, and then you can reach up and kind of pull it back to make sure it's all the way up. All right, good.
With regards to my large groups, 8 to 12 people at a time, how do you want us to load that tail? Can we put 6 people outside, 3 in the door, and 2 there, or you want us to? And then if you don't have to answer, you and Paul to get together on it, because it probably only affects my groups most of the time. But give us an idea of what you want or don't want, out there.
I could probably
As long as
speak.
you don't spend 40 seconds in the door.
Yeah,
that's fine.
we can handle.
How about 39?
We can handle. Yeah, the way you do it is fine, as long as we know, and it's not too long. The longer, the more dangerous. So, yeah, almost anything you guys can do, even the 12-way, we can handle as long as we know about it. Now, I will throw something out there. The more people you have out there, your airspeed might be a hair higher, and that's obviously, it's to be expected. I apologize in advance.
No, the airspeed's going to be higher, and most likely the nose can be pitched down a little bit.
Yeah, you'll have a little bit of a descent. Not much, but it depends on 100 other factors.
We no one expected.
I know the answer to this, but I think it needs to be said. You're standing in the door with your group. You can tell that the plane is starting to stall. What do you do?
Get the fuck
Get out.
out.
Okay, anything else with the aircraft? Good.
Quick question. So 2K, 2000, seatbelts off. As a pilot, do you have any universal sign that, hey, seatbelts are off, I know it, I'm good? Between you and the other pilots?
No.
So 2000.
The seatbelts in the door is pretty much handled by your senior jumpers back there. You know, the pilot doesn't, we know the door's opening, we can feel it. I don't think it's gonna ever affect us so much that you know, I can give you very, very, very few examples where that affects us. So no, they don't usually tell us that the seatbelts are off, and or that the door's open, but we hear it and we can feel it.
Why are you holding the microphone to your ear?
Just in case. Because I want to shoot myself right now, but I don't have the I only have the mic. All right, so right about now, I think they're doing a demo down at Monmouth. So we'd like to wish them luck on this Easter bunny jump today. I think it's gusting to 20-something miles an hour. Get on that, Dave. All right, aircraft emergencies is the category. We talked about CG, super important. We talked about loading the aircraft, seatbelts, emergencies in the aircraft. Any other emergency that could happen in the aircraft that I haven't covered, whatever it is, the pilot really needs to know everything that's going on, so please be forthcoming with the information if there is something going on back there, because we would like to be part of the solution. And
one small thing didn't cover, if you do land with the plane fully loaded, when you exit left. So you don't walk into the prop, that's when the prop strikes happen, people get out, prop gets turned off. And, I mean, with a Caravan, it's a little bit harder than some of the otters, but exit left.
yeah, that's a good point. Although it doesn't happen often, but yeah, the disembarking of the aircraft is fairly important, one at a time. Go ahead, Jake.
There have been times where I've been near the loading area, the plane's coming in, And if you got a student taking it too wide and coming down, what do you want? I use this for you guys, just to say, point up and go like that,
Yeah, that couldn't hurt. Usually, that's one thing, believe it or not, we look at
We pull off the runway.
every time we come off.
Want to make sure, 'cause other
Yeah.
places, I know we've had issues.
Also, I've had Manifest does a good job, believe it or not. They'll tell us also there's a student up high. But I think we've been flying long enough.
I've never seen anything real close, but other places
Yeah.
have done that. Because it's like,
I can say one thing. I know that we've both gotten the fuck out of there in a hurry a few times over the years.
well, Rhode Island, we had that issue too, remember?
Yeah, the one Asian guy, he smashed in right in front of the props.
You guys see anything, no matter how small or minuscule or stupid it looks, if it looks weird or out of the ordinary to you guys, just let us know. Don't feel afraid to tell us, hey, there's something weird on that wing. I've never noticed that before. There's something on the wing. Anything. Hey, it's a cool wing. Looks like there's something hanging off of it. The gas cap might be on. Anything, no matter how small.
Paulie, I know everyone's laughing, but I think it was Danny was in the plane and pointed out the gas cap was off.
Yeah, it was fuel spraying all over the place.
Oh, okay, yeah. So someone, maybe I was flying, but someone knew it, and that's bad juju right there too, because we have to fix that expeditiously.
Yeah, go for anything. On the aircraft, outside of the aircraft, you see something, I might not see something on the runway that you see, anything you see that's out of the ordinary, I really appreciate you guys letting me know.
Good.
Even if you think that it's small and stupid and whatever.
Yeah, we're here. We are collectively a family, and at the end of the season, we collectively do not want to lose anyone from our family. So that's the point of this tape.
Mostly.
Yeah, but there's few exceptions. We all have that one brother or sister, So hand signals, and back to that for 1 second. There were a couple of signals I wanted to make sure we knew about, and please pass it on to everyone. The opposite side of the runway signal.
Knee down.
Yeah, and that's one that actually we use, and it's pretty critical. So if you land on the other side of the runway, which is perfectly fine, it's okay, it's acceptable, no one's going to yell at you. We'll probably come get you because it's an active runway. If an aircraft's coming in and you go on one knee on the side, and I don't mean like right next to the runway, I mean kind of off the runway a little bit, get on one knee. And this has happened many times where I'm coming in, and I'll see that. You're just telling me you are not moving, and you know that I'm coming. Okay, that'll stop a go-around, emergency type go-around. And it also has been, I had a meeting with the Pilot Association multiple times over this, and they all know that if you guys are on a knee in the grass on the opposite side of the runway, that they are safe to continue, okay? Doesn't mean they have to, but. So that's another pretty important signal I think we forgot to. Anything else, Paulie, that you want to throw in there? Oh yeah, the emergency hand signals. All right, this is, someone gets hurt in the landing area. I've always said this, I will continue to say it. Nothing is more unprofessional than 40 people running to one person. All right, so we have medical staff that are prepared to handle this. But if you happen to be out there and there's a landing injury of some sort, this signal here means I need assistance. That's all it means. It means I need assistance. This person is not okay. All right, and then once medical personnel get there, we have 12 EMTs, we have ski patrol, we have paramedics. Once someone who's a little more qualified gets there to assess it, then they will give Manifest the proper information to call whoever we need to call. I just don't like to call 911 and say, hey, we need an ambulance. Well, why? It's kind of important. And this is the emergency services part of me that, if I'm a cop and I get a call for a broken ankle at the airport, I'm going a certain speed. I get a call for CPR in progress, I'm probably going a different speed. All right, so I want to give them as much information as possible. Medical personnel knows this already. So from a fun jumper perspective, we need assistance. Medical perspective, hey, I've got a lower back injury, they're conscious, they're A&O times 4, blah, 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 call 911. All right, then Manifest will do their thing. We'll usually stop jump operations, depending on what it is, or how much room it's taken up, and we'll deal with it. which is a nice segue into the airport. And Johnny's here. He's kind enough to give us a few minutes of his time, so I'll let him spew. Good. Well, this will be 5 minutes because he's probably got to get out of here. All right, so any questions on aircraft? Did we beat it up pretty good? Did we cover it? Sorry, good.
So emergency, non-emergency?
Okay. I'm okay. I don't need anything. They're catching their wind. They shit their pants, whatever. That's okay. I'm okay.
I shit my pants.
Jimmy shit his pants. Yeah, we're okay. This means we're okay. There's no need to, to go to DEFCON 5. Oh, yeah. Well, we use that one. Yeah, that's a, hey, the winds are too, Jimmy, Kenny, myself, whoever decided it's too windy to jump, with my separated shoulder. It looks like that.
Hey. You gotta lean like that? Got like a gangster?
Means we're done. We're shutting down. That usually comes on a recommendation from the instructors. I don't like to make that decision without input from them unless it's a very obvious decision. We do get a little pushback on this every year because Sussex, for the new jumpers here, or new staff, Sussex goes a little outside the box with wind and weather, where we declare the requirements to jump. In other words, we might say, you know what, this is a B license minimum day at this moment. It's a C license. It's tandem or whatever the hell it may be, but we might put restrictions on jumping based on the weather and winds. And we have gotten a little pushback on that over the years, but I'm okay with it. I can sleep pretty good knowing that you didn't get hurt. I'll take the slack, which I have taken.
Whatever, man.
Usually, listen guys, I'm being a little honest here, and this is coming from a tandem guy, and all the tandem guys will tell you this too. If a tandem is not comfortable, loaded up the way they're loaded with the weight they have under their canopy, or the opposite, a sport jumper with an 88 is telling me, listen, it's pretty bumpy, students are not going, that makes sense, right? It makes sense. We're listening to the people who have their finger on the pulse. So my instructors are very good at relaying what they feel. Some things that you might not even notice that I do get a lot is thermals. Heat thermals, we get that sometimes. They'll say, well, what do they say? They'll come down and say, oh, it's very lifty or bumpy. Lifty, right? Lifty says, maybe not good. So if I do go on a hold or a license hold, please just kind of understand it. The reason for that is we don't want you to get hurt because according to Dave, I have a lot of paperwork to do if you get hurt and you're a student. So students will be grounded. Students will be grounded for forever. All right. Any questions? I just kind of beat up a little bit on aircraft emergencies. I didn't even know I had a thing behind me.
It just says, say some shit about planes, Rich.
Did I cover it all?
That's it, you got it.
All right.
Your 20 minutes is up.
Yeah.
All right.
Just, I don't know if you had mentioned it, when there's an emergency injury, to not talk to people, talk to press, whatever.
Yeah, this is a real touchy subject. It's kind of a liability thing for the drop zone. But what comes into play with a bad injury, we have to deal with the press. We all know that. The media is awesome. They always tell the exact story and they tell the truth. And what they do is they'll pay a lot of money for any video you have of it. So let's use our brains. You know, we don't want to post videos out there of any skydiver getting hurt because not only does it hurt us personally, it hurts the industry, I think. So let's use brains about that. It happened a few times last year where who talks to the media here? It's only Sussex staff, please. Respectfully, I ask you, because you might not have the same facts that they have. That's true of any emergency service. You know, a police department, they're not going to let some beat cop talk about something that happened. It's going to be some captain or white shirt telling you the full story, politically correct, if that makes you read between the lines here. So any major injury, mum's the word on it until we figure out exactly what happened and we do a little bit of investigating.
Or even the customers, because you talk,
Yeah,
say
the
something to a
spectator area.
customer, they're gonna go on social media and be like, well, this happened with these logs there.
Yeah, when you say that, Tommy, the first thing I think about is when instructors are talking about winds. Where's the last place you want to do that? In front of students, right? And I'll tell you why, because when someone gets hurt and that goes to deposition, the first thing that you're going to have to answer is their brother or mother heard the instructors arguing about whether it was safe to go. So when we talk about wins, where do we do it?
In private.
Tandem guys, we usually go out into the landing area, we have a little powwow, off the books, and we come up with the best solution. That's awesome. That's also, while I'm here, I'll say it, this is more of a staff thing, but please let's curb our language, our music in front of customers. And we want to give them the best experience possible. That's our product. That's what we sell. That's what keeps them coming back, is the product we offer. So, yeah, let's just calm down with some of the wording.
I was gonna say also watch what you say to the tandems, especially on the plane. I got a haircut yesterday. I was talking about skydiving to my hairdresser. She's like, "Oh yeah, I did a training tandem," and then one of the instructors was having a small talk about some girl who went into the power lines, and then after that, I was like, I don't think this is for me, and there's potential customer loss. So
Everyone's rolling their eyes because you make sense. Case in point, let's be smart around customers. A, they don't know what the hell we're talking about, and they're gonna extrapolate it to their advantage. So yeah, that's some real good advice. Has nothing to do with aircraft emergencies, but any other questions on aircraft? I'll let Johnny say a few words here. All right, Johnny, I'm sorry, one more.
Yeah, every now and then, if I'm on the last load, I like to do like a high pull at like 10,000, get some canopy climbing in. Any words on that?
Yeah, it's a great question, and every year I usually cover it under some portion. Maybe I'll do it right now. Specialty jumps, we're going to call that, because it's going to fall in the same category as tunnels. What am I saying? Tubes, rafts, Mr. Bills, just anything you could think of, but high pulls are in that category, kind of specialty. My suggestion is this. Ask Manifest, and then they'll ask us.
Yeah, of course Manifest will know before I even get in the plane.
Yeah, so do you understand what we're dealing with? My letter of agreement with air traffic control says there will be no high poles. All right, so the FAA has already weighed in on this.
Just because we have traffic?
100% air traffic, but not for the reason you think. When I call jumpers away, you just jumped out at 14 and you opened a parachute, okay? And I'm descending at 4,000 feet a minute, which means I'm down pretty damn quick. Air traffic control uses my airplane on their radar, my altitude as it clear to send jets. So if I'm coming through 6 and up is good. If I'm coming through 5 and up is good. Does that make sense? I'm higher than any parachute down to 4,000 feet. I'm usually higher than you guys. So they use my plane as okay to go. Now, that being said, if someone does a high pull and I say, okay, you can do a high pull, what I should do, and I have done it to some extent, we will not descend fast. We'll kind of come down a little slower to give you time to get down. Otherwise, they could put a jet right up your butt. All right, so
Clear the traffic.
ask. That's my answer. Just ask.
While you're at 7,000 feet, they're clearing traffic.
Correct. Yeah, so just ask us. We might be able to accommodate it. End of the day, usually it's a little easier to accommodate something like that. Am I okay with that, Paul? Is that about right? For the most part, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to give the mic to Johnny to talk a little bit about airport relations.
I'm sorry.
Reminds me of my first marriage.
Okay, so biggest thing is be your brother's keeper. You're out there, you see somebody walking out toward the ramp or the airplane area, and you don't know them. You don't know that they're with you. Ask them. Maybe get one of the ground crew to go after them. People love to walk out, especially tandem jumpers that are there with their families to get a picture, and they go up and they hold the prop of an airplane while they're taking a picture. Not safe, not good. Bathroom use, the bathroom is open to the staff. Try to keep it clean. A lot of times it's not kept that way. Don't try, do, yes.
Cleaning products under the sink.
Yes, use them. I'm not your mother, so that would help. The other thing's kind of touchy. My name is Schultz most of the time. I see things, but I don't see them. I see nothing. When certain people are around, watch out for what everybody else is doing. Rich and I don't like getting the lectures, hey, I smell weed, there's somebody here. You get somebody who came in even just to watch and they're smoking. Bring it up to somebody's attention if certain people are around. We don't need the guff from it. But other than that, I think Rich covered everything. That's about it. You can always, I'm there, you can always ask me, go ahead.
Keep the parking lot clean.
Yes.
So you don't yell at me.
Yes.
When it's
Oh, yeah.
Poor Jack.
People
I
don't
cut
get
so
carried
much
out
heat
and
for
then
that.
they leave it in the parking lot, or they leave cans or whatever
Yeah.
out there. Anything else? Well, we're done.
Thank you. Johnny, in front of everyone, thank you for your support, because he's been a nice sounding board for me personally, so thank you very much for that. Back to the drug comment you made. Guys, this is another common sense thing. Is weed legal in this state? Yes, it is. We know it is. But is it really good for customers to smell weed at the drop zone? Does anyone think that's a good idea? Because that's going to come out. It'll come out in any accident, any injury. Oh yeah, we showed up, we smelled weed.
It's a BSR. 8 hours bottled, that's bottled or took to you. You gotta have 8 hours away from it.
Yeah, most of the problems, I'll be completely honest, have been customers after they jump in the parking lot. That's been my problem. I'm dealing with the airport owner on that issue, and we do our best to enforce it, but again, that's kind of outside of my
Talk to your senator.
my scope of responsibility. So, staff-wise, when we talk about alcohol, listen, I'm all for it, but we have I don't even know if it's working now. Is our light working? Our traffic light? The beer light goes on. The last load of the day and the plane shuts down. It's fine. I have no problems with it. All right, we like to hang out by the fireplace and tell each other how great we are. That's fine. But it's after the jumping. There's no alcohol while we're jumping. There's no drugs, obviously. And weed, guys, if you're not working, if you're there, if you're fun jumping, if that's your thing, just do it away from the drop zone, preferably away from the airport, because if the airport owner sees it, I am getting a call, 100% every single time, if he smells it. That's just the way it is. We have to deal with it. All right, what's next?
5-minute break and then gear and equipment.
Okay, yeah, we'll take 5, and then we're going to dive into gear a little bit. And then also, anything you guys want to talk about, we're going to leave a little time for to cover any topics that maybe we just didn't plan for. Enjoy your break.
Now I can see the chat. I will forward that question to Mackenzie.
But I mean, no, I'll definitely have to make something for it.
This one you just pause and then I just did panorams so that they could see I circled the stuff that should target that, so you can target your but anything worse than you know, and then now they opened up a ball field. This is all good. This is I only highlighted.
So now it's your best all 5 and the last 7. It's harder to make more.
Oh, it's on
This was right side, no problem. Left side,
I just found that when I was like looking at a tandem, I'm like, oh, Mike, you see the tandem, and then like I felt like I jumped randomly. I'm like, look, wait a second, why is that?
One who was a surgeon. No break. That's how you do it. That's fine. This is minimal. So, hey, what's up? Hardest part is not the same.
Go back there tomorrow, actually.
Having fun yet?
It's a lot of information for sure. Yeah. But it's good stuff.
Is it freezing in here, or is it just me?
Freezing because the bathroom is so warm. And I can't, like I've had my hands like this the entire
Freezing.
time.
So cold.
Yeah.
Oh, Johnny McCarty, he's the airport manager. He's not
I
the
didn't
owner,
know.
but he's there pretty much every day. He just manages everything. He's like the caretaker. So,
always catching him. He's a really cool guy. Like, we like him because at airport, he's a skydive too. But like, he's just like he's a bunch of great guys. Like, at the moment, he's not hard. At the end of the day, it's like, he has to make him happy to make everybody else happy. Without him, we don't have it. So yeah.
How often does he come up? So not like too often.
Yeah, not too
Where did they stream it on?
It's all new. It's all doing all that shit. Definitely want him like on our team. He's cool. For the most part. They've all been jumping.
You're running those views. You're gonna have an energy drink. Did you do that for like 3?
W's in the chat.
Nah, there's
Where are you
claps in the
streaming
chat.
it on?
YouTube.
YouTube? Oh,
It's most easiest. Most compatible, everyone has it.
Jet lag. Everyone come off it in the Might as well just get in the area. There's no reason not to. If you have the money to do it, it's almost not cheap, but like, it does help. It's like then, like at least you get the sensation of you falling on your own. You want to spend $600 on maneuvers so that when you hop into AFI, just hopefully you just straight through and then off the monkey.
Off the monkey?
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot to buy yourself that.
Like, the type, like, it's also, like, it's things you learn along the way.
So it's like an inevitable second.
I don't know, they might be fired.
No, that's cool. So, you're fine.
Well, you look tired. You look like you're about to fall asleep.
I've been drunk since North Carolina. So that was like, yeah, a few of us went to Paraclete, where Shauna works. That's a really sick one.
Dude, I was very sleep sensitive. So
So it's like all the everything she knows. Like, yeah, stuff like what? She's over here. She's like a nap. Wake up.
Sleep like a nap. Go to the, what do you call it? The Spanish route, have your seat. I did hear something about
probably 80
that model of sleeping is actually a little more natural.
I don't know. It's not even surprising. Yeah.
It's doable.
I can get behind it.
But me, I need my like 8 hours just crash.
I always get specifically, it got like a really sleepy coast. It's not that you're not really a sleepy coast. Different license. We don't have to do it right now. Like, hopefully I can get like
sneak it in.
Still, couches and blankets and pillows. And then
you're sleeping on the job. I could, my old job, I did security at the community college, and they're like, even though it's like not supposed to, like, the higher for even more. But a few times I've done over, it's only like, I can't fucking have something to do.
It's all about staying.
No matter if I'm
Yeah. The only thing is if you need
everybody get their 5 minutes. Everybody get their cigarette in. Let's bring it back in, and I want to introduce Shauna Finley. She's going to be doing gear maintenance on it. Everybody bring it on back in. I'd like to bring her up now. Thank you, Shauna, for coming up.
Hi, Shauna.
Everyone all good?
Yeah, because I couldn't hear.
All right, guys, welcome to Safety Day 2026. We're going to do a little gear safety chat. Let's start off with, this is not the end-all be-all when it comes to gear safety, okay? Everyone here pretty much owns their own gear? Yeah? All right. Who here knows the age of their reserve? This is something that I think I talk about every single year. How many people have a reserve that's older or getting older than their own age? Maybe? Anyone? I don't want to single you out. I know there are a couple of people. Okay. What do we think? Smart decisions, bad decisions? I'm not going to start pointing fingers, but if our reserves start in the number, I don't know, 19, do you think maybe it's kind of probably time to start looking at some new technology, getting some new reserves? Probably? Yes? No? All right, cool. Our gear, there's several components of our gear that have life expectancies. Okay? Our reserves, we know certain manufacturers say, hey, after 20 years, 40 pack jobs or 25 rides, we need to send it back to get recertified, right? If we got 25 rides on our reserve and we've been the original owner, maybe time to get a new main packer, you think? Yeah, probably? All right. So, let's go to the basics. All right. Between Sussex, between myself, Sonic with the Pro Shop, we have means to get you guys components for anything. Okay? We have dealerships with every major manufacturer. We have connections in the industry when it comes to getting parts from manufacturers and doing repairs. All right? So there should be no reason that our kill lines look like very fuzzy spaghetti, right? When's the last time you guys inspected your kill lines? Probably when you dropped your rigs off for a repack, right? Who here dropped their rigs off today for a repack? Yeah, awesome. So we need to make sure that we're looking at our gear in a thoughtful manner, all right? Super judgy, all right? We have to be very judgy. This is our life-saving equipment, right? So we're going to look at the basic components that every major manufacturer has for their harness container system, okay? 3 rings and RSL. Who here has an RSL on their container? Yeah? All right. Does everyone know that the only acceptable spot when you disconnect your RSL is where? Shout it out.
Under canopy?
Nope. If you're not going to use your RSL for a jump, you've made that decision. Where do we connect the RSL to?
Hard housing.
The hard housing, right? On whatever side it is. Do we know from muscle memory where our RSL is located on our rig? Inside right, inside left, outside left. Do we know where it is? Would you be able to either disengage it or figure out how to use it? If something happens, you can't see what you're doing. If your head's trapped back with line twists or down and you can't see it, do you know where by feel your RSL is? Okay, it's one of these things that we probably should know, right? All right, so we're looking for all the major components. All right, let's see how this works. All right, can we see what's wrong with this picture?
Yes.
The loop's going through the middle ring. Is that the only thing wrong with it? On the left or the right?
The loop's going through 2 rings.
What else does the one on the left look like?
Looks like the RSL.
Okay, the RSL is what about the 3 rings? Are those routed properly?
No.
No, right? So there's a million ways that us as skydivers get super creative that we want to put our gear together, right? And we're never going to see everything that's wrong with our gear. So we start looking for what's right with our gear. Okay, we start looking for the standard snowman effect with the 3 rings. All right, we look for where the RSL is supposed to be connected to. When it doesn't look right, then we're going to start finding the mistakes. Okay, does that make sense? We're pretty creative on messing up our gear, right? And how many times have any of you opened a manufacturer manual? Other than my riggers in the room, how many times have you guys actually opened the manufacturer manual? You have? All right, cool. Once
Zero.
maybe?
Zero.
All right, it's extremely important that we get comfortable knowing our own gear and knowing how to access the manufacturer's information. How many times have we heard, and this is a little bit more for my riggers and instructors, oh, I think I fly a PD canopy maybe, and I think my container might be maybe from Sunpath? I'm not sure. So jumpers not knowing actually what their gear is, that's a huge problem too. We should know the manufacturer that makes our container. We should know the manufacturer that makes our main, our reserve, and our AAD. Why? I mean, it's great information to have, and you can contact them directly if you need any information, how to maintain them, or if there's something wrong with it, or just more safety information. Okay, so that's a really good idea to learn what you're actually flying. Okay? All right, so what's wrong with this? Yeah, we got it right here. So, yeah, it looks like right here. All right, we got a misroute. We actually have the small ring through the large ring on the bottom, plus the middle ring, and then the retaining loop goes through that middle ring instead of just the small ring. All right, so again, if we get used to seeing what's right, something that's wrong is going to start sticking out. Okay, now this rig was getting ready to go out and be jumped like this, and it was caught in a gear check. All right, I've had rigs that have come in the recent months out of a packing class, teaching people how to pack, and the 3 rings are misrouted. Probably not a good idea. Okay, so we all need to start getting super judgy with each other in the landing or in the loading area. All right, and we're constantly looking at what? Chest straps, right? Fabric, metal, fabric. We're looking at 3 rings to make sure that they're routed correctly. We're going to probably, even if we can see it, we're going to be looking at the hard housings where the cables come out through to make sure that they're actually routed properly and that they're not kinked anyway. All right, and are RSLs routed properly? All right, do they come out on the proper side? How many times have we seen people want to switch their main canopies and they have some random set of risers, the RSL ring's not on the right side, so they kind of pull the RSL lanyard out a little bit more, route it the way they think it's supposed to go, and come around and connect it. Oh, super dangerous. Okay, super dangerous. Do you have to be a rigger to change your main canopies, or do work like that on your harness container system? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. Should you have a relative knowledge of what you're doing?
Yep.
It would probably be a good idea, and it's never a bad idea to get a second set of eyes on a continuity check or a gear check after you've changed some type of component on your system. Okay? Any questions? Nothing? Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. We got that picture. This is the correct routing for those 2 pictures. The correct routing. Okay. All right, our BOCs. How many people here use a throwout system? Do we know what that means? So the rest of you use a leg throwout or a pull-out system?
Pull out.
All right, so the difference, a BOC, the bottom of the container, it's that spandex or Spandura pouch that sits on the bottom of your container that contains the pilot chute, folded appropriately, and waits for the actual jumper to activate it, pull it, throw it, and start the deployment sequence, right? What's a pull-out system?
Awesome.
A pull-out system is where the actual pin is connected directly to the bridle on a little handle, and they pull that and they immediately pull out the pin. They don't wait for the pilot chute to pull the pin itself.
Classic.
Okay, so it's different. All right. Do we still see throwout systems on the back of the legs?
No.
Do we still see those? Oh, we do. There's still some
very
out there.
rarely.
All right, there is, and it's completely an okay way of doing it. All right, it's just an older way. Sometimes people that have shoulder issues, they prefer to have it on their legs, so that's a different way of doing it. All right, but what's one of the big dangers with the BOC if we don't maintain our gear properly?
It comes loose. Premature.
It gets loose? How does it get loose? Give me an example. How does your BOC get worn out and get loose? Let's not just blame the Packers. Yeah, Packer issue, all right?
You use it.
But you use it, absolutely. Maybe we're not as neat folding our pilot chute as some of us are, and we get a big wad of it, and we just yank open that neck and jam it in, and we don't do anything past that. Well, eventually, that's just spandex. It's going to stretch out, all right? What's a big danger if you have a stretchy out BOC?
Premature.
Premature, that is gonna wreck your day. It absolutely will. So, when containers get sent in for reserve repacks, and it's the off season and we're not jumping, and you happen to notice that your BOC is a little stretchy, and you're like, now would be a good time to go ahead and have it replaced, right? Might be a good idea, all right? It'll, $80, whatever it is, but it saves you a world of hurt if mid-season your BOC gets to be the point where it's not safe anymore and it's not serviceable, and we have to ground your gear, and then you're out for a couple weeks, because then we have to get the material, the person to do it, the machines, the whole nine. All right, so preventative action is way better than waiting for that last minute, right? So when we're folding our pilot chutes, I'm not saying you gotta get an iron out, I'm not saying you gotta get a folding board out and do it, but the easier we are, or the neater we are folding our pilot chutes, the easier it's gonna slide in the BOC. Pound it down a little bit to get it a little bit flatter, and just make sure that the neck of the BOC is still nice and taut and it's gonna hold it, all right? Do we all have to use our tuck tabs if we have them? We don't, all right? We can tuck that in there and make sure that they're not snag hazards either. But BOCs, that's one of the biggest things that's gonna ruin your day. All right, any questions about that? No? Cool. Safe versus unsafe. We see the difference, right? Rubber bands and brake lines. So we all know that pre-COVID, some of us probably still have some of those pre-COVID rubber bands out there that we're hoarding because they were like the best rubber bands in the world. But unfortunately, when that manufacturer went out of business, we were stuck with what was left. All right, so we know that rubber bands don't last as well as they used to. So that rubber band right there, I get it. It might be good for another couple of jumps. All right, just change it. All right, we know on grommet stows or primary stows that we're double stowing, right? And then everything else we're double stowing. We're not walking into Staples and getting a box of rubber bands and putting them out in the packing mat or putting them into our skydiving bags and using those, right? That's not what they're intended for, all right? So change your rubber bands. The easiest way to take them off, please just use your fingers or your closing pin. When we start using pull-up cords to go ahead and rock it back and forth and get that friction going, you are going to get through that retaining band, all right? You're gonna go ahead, and when you put the rubber band on there, it's just gonna burn right through it. Ask me how I know, okay? I did that several times, and it sucks to repair it, okay? On the right, can you guys see over here what I'm trying to point out?
Twist.
Yeah, it's twisted. Who knows how our brake lines get twisted the majority of the time? Who knows how that really happens?
No one knows. When you land and turn.
Okay, yep, definitely when you land and turn, but how else? How else can your brake lines get twisted? Yeah, when you're stowing your toggles. So we have a strong hand, we have a weak hand, whichever it happens to be. You typically stow one toggle first, drop the other one, it spins, you stow your toggle, you pick it up, you do it, and that's how your brake lines are getting all twisted up. Right? So I recommend after maybe every 10 jumps or so, you take a minute, if you're not packing yourself, help your packer out a little bit. They already have a hard enough job. Take your brake lines, untwist your brake lines, all right? Set your brakes properly, because a twisted brake line, what are some of the malfunctions that could happen with a severely twisted brake line? Tension knot. What does a tension knot lead to? Cutaway. It gives us business as riggers, right? No. We want to make sure that we're setting ourselves up for success. And this comes out with every rig that we jump, from tandem rigs to our sport rigs to our student rigs. Right? Take the few minutes it takes to go ahead and untwist your brake lines. All right? Or try not to drop your toggle. I mean, that would be like the first line of defense, obviously. But also a twisted brake line, if you're going to jump like that, it can actually shorten the brake lines up to 2 inches, all right? If not more, if they're severely twisted. So if you haven't gotten a tension knot yet, that's going to shorten your brake line. And what happens if you have an uneven brake line and you go to flare?
It'll be uneven.
Yeah, probably it's not going to be a good day for you, right? You're going to drift off to one side. It's not going to be an even flare. You might even smack yourself in. So let's set yourselves up for success before we actually jump, okay? Yeah.
Hey, tandem instructors, where's the best time to do this? You got it. Who sent it over there? In the air. You guys could do this in the air. You don't have to do it on the mat every time. And all you have to do is look up. Just look up when you grab your toggle and do this. It takes a couple seconds. You know, tandems, I remember one day, I'm going back a while, but when I was throwing in rotation, every one I jumped was like that. So all day long, you're just doing, you're just untwisting them. But you can do it right in the air. It takes 2 seconds. It's not a problem. And tandem guys, that goes for your worst line. Which is the worst one? The primary or secondary? Don't forget your secondary. Yeah, your secondaries. Don't forget your secondaries because you're not grabbing them. Take them out. Take a few seconds and untwist those. That'll benefit you in the long run. Sorry.
All right, another thing that is not the responsibility of our packers, this is our gear, our main closing loops. What's the acceptable percentage of wear on a main closing loop?
10%.
All right, which one of these are 10%?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Does anyone know what 10% looks like? No, dude, how many times have you grabbed a new closing loop and we don't charge you the dollar for it? Yeah, all the time, okay? So if you have to ask the question, it's probably time to change your main closing loop. I know Mr. Doug Garr, he's gonna talk very briefly with his closing loop that he saw, he had it. And it's nothing to be embarrassed about, it's one of those things that get overlooked on our components, all right? Can we get a couple hundred jumps out of a closing loop? Sure we can, all right? What's the purpose of this little washer right here positioned over the knot on the main closing loop? What's the purpose of that?
So it doesn't come out.
So what doesn't come out?
The closing loop doesn't go to the grommet.
When you're trying to close the container, right? Awesome. So the answer, that was the perfect answer, is that that washer, when appropriately sized, sits against the back of that grommet. So when you're closing it, you don't pull that closing loop through and punch yourself in the chin. Strangely specific of an injury, but ask me how I know. Okay, so we need to look at for main closing loops. All right, it's never a bad idea to have an extra main closing loop in your bag, or even where your reserve data card is. Throw one in there so you have it extra. Okay. All right. Questions? What's the acceptable wear on a reserve closing loop? Zero, right? So if we're looking at our reserve closing loops and we see some fuzz, do you think we should say something to maybe a rigger that knows how to share that, right? Because what's the danger if your reserve closing loop goes ahead and fires when it's not supposed to? Yeah, man, bad day for everybody. Lots of paperwork, okay? So let's not get to that point. All right. Next one. Limited life components. Who knows what this is? Anybody? Sonic, what is a limited life component?
Components like your risers, pilot sheets, deployment bags, have a life of jump numbers.
Yeah.
Manufacturer's recommendations are 250 to 300, which is not really realistic.
Right.
But at a certain point in time, you will need to get new components.
Is it okay when we
Sussex Gear Store. Sussex Gear Store guy.
So with a limited life component, we start jumping in the early spring, and we have really super fuzzy risers, main risers. Okay? Not okay? Anybody? It could be okay, but who am I to say that there's not some type of damage to that webbing that on a hard opening and it gets snatched really fast, that it's not going to fail. All right? So we just take a lighter, big lighter, burn it off, and we're good to go, yeah? No, I'm totally joking. Don't do that. Okay? I don't want to see that. That's not okay to do.
That sounds okay.
No,
I've been doing it right this whole time.
Don't do that, okay? What about if on your main risers, you're not really sure how to see the wear and there's a little bit of fuzz or maybe some threads coming out of that locking loop? Maybe time to change it? Yeah, right? Get a new set of risers, okay? Let's see what this says. Components of a harness container system that manufacturers with PIA, which is the Parachute Industry Association, have determined degrade after a certain number of jumps or a period of time. All right? All those closet queens, right? BOCs, main deployment bags. Wow, it's almost like Sonic knows what he's talking about, right? What? I know. Risers. Okay. Oh, and look at that. Type 17 main risers, the smaller ones, every 200 to 400 jumps. Is that reasonable for us to be doing? Do we know of jumpers that might have 15,000 jumps on a set of risers? Possibly, okay. Is that the smartest thing to be doing when you spend maybe $150 on a new set of risers? Probably not. Facebook Marketplace these days has plenty of ads on there that say, hey, we have all these components. Please check with someone to make sure that you're purchasing the correct components, all right? You're not getting something that's even in worse shape than you already have, all right? What about main canopies? How many jumps are they usually good for? Let's think. How many jumps do you think? A ZP or a zero porosity main canopy, like I don't know, say a Sabre 3. all right, that you have, like a 150. All right, how many jumps do you think we can get out of that canopy?
Depends how you take care of it.
It depends on how you take care of it. Okay, so if you jump out here on the East Coast, say in New Jersey, for say 500 jumps, do you think that canopy is going to have the same amount of wear as if you say went out to Arizona or in the desert? Which area do you think is going to wear in that canopy first?
Desert.
Desert. Why in the desert?
UV.
Sun.
Well, so the sun. Yep, that's definitely one.
Sand.
Sand.
The heat, the sand. If you look at the sand out in the desert under a microscope, they call it moon dust. It's like a million razor blades and shards of glass, and that gets embedded in the canopy material. It gets embedded in your lines, and it just chews everything up. So again, this is something we want to think about when we're doing aftermarket purchasing of gear. Are we buying a canopy with, say, 200 jumps from out west in the desert area? Or are we buying that same canopy from the east that's only ever been jumped out east?
Grass.
Yeah, which packed, always unpacked on grass, never wet. Okay, so we want to make sure we were looking at that as well. All right? All right. Good. We're moving right along. Main pilot chutes. If you can breathe through your main pilot chute with little to no effort, do we think it's time to maybe change it?
Yes.
Maybe? Yeah? Yeah, I'm thinking so too. Main deployment bag. Man, if there's rips coming around the grommets, maybe time to replace it? Probably easier to replace it than try to like sweet talk your rigger into removing those grommets, resetting grommets and doing that. Probably it's not that expensive, okay? Harness, leg straps, and chest straps. What do we think about these? These are like, this is what keeps you in your harness. If we start seeing a chest strap that's super, super fuzzy and worn along the edges, that is like a piece of bacon, okay? Do we think maybe it's time to start talking to your rigger, hey, can we replace this chest strap? It might work, it probably will, but should we gamble with that? No, it's keeping you in the harness, right? Your leg straps. These are ones that we find hidden damage on all the time, specifically back behind the friction adapters where you come all the way through with the leg strap turn because you don't see it all the time. You can't really see it, it's kind of hidden. We want to make sure that we're checking the entire webbing of a leg strap, all right? So if you come to me and say, Shona, if you could like do something with my leg straps, I think I need new hardware, they're slipping. Your leg straps are slipping. Is that a thing? No, that should not be a thing, okay? So either there's something up with the webbing itself, it's not grabbing the friction adapter the way it should. The friction adapter has outlasted or has been destroyed in the gear and it's like, it's not doing its job anymore. Or on super, super old rigs that weren't built with an adjustment inside it with an extra piece of webbing, it doesn't actually hold the webbing anymore. And it just needs to be reconstructed, okay? But it's not okay that your leg straps are slipping when you jump, even a little bit, okay? So please, if that happens to you, please say something, okay? Because it could be a fix that we could do very easily as opposed to seeing you land hanging half out of your harness, all right? Not safe. All right. Any questions? No? And questions? And that's it.
Donna.
Yes?
So one thing that I have seen personally, if you guys ever send your main out with risers attached or with demoing canopies from manufacturers, before you just stick those risers on your rig, make sure you floor line it accurately. I was out of place, a guy got it back from repair from a leading manufacturer. He put it on his container, did a demo. He was flying sideways. They put the lines on it wrong onto the riser. He did what he was supposed to, but they were just onto the risers wrong, so he had to fly sideways. Did a good landing.
Fire the Packer.
So, yeah.
No,
So,
fire the Packer.
our manufacturers, our riggers, our packers, we are all human,
Yeah, they're all
okay?
people, so-
We are not
Okay.
perfect by any stretch. We make mistakes, all right? So some of the things that you need to look for when you get your rigs back from your riggers after repacks, from your packer after a main pack on a day of jumping, or from the manufacturer after maintenance. Make sure we do the line check, do a continuity check, all right? And if you don't know what that means, man, I can give you a ton of videos that we use on a regular basis from YouTube, from the manufacturer to show you actually how to do it. Or we have plenty of riggers here. Ask one of us, hey, how do you do a continuity check? All right, make sure that the slinks, we had a reserve come in where the slinks on the reserve, there were 3 reserve slinks and a main slink. That's not okay. Or slinks on mains aren't attached properly. They come with directions. There's a video to show you how to do it. There should be no reason why they're not getting attached properly, all right? But if you don't know what you're looking at, you don't know that it's wrong, right? So we need to make sure that we know what kind of gear we're using, we know what kind of stuff we're jumping, all right? Does anyone have any questions about their gear here? Yeah.
Just a statement.
Yes.
Not safety day. During the year, what do you charge for questions? Nothing,
What do I-
right?
Oh, I don't charge anyone questions, unless it's like one of those questions that I'm like, buddy, did that sound weird in your head? But I'm glad you said it out loud. Yeah, no, if you have a question and you don't want to answer it, chances are 10 other people have the same question. It's a great point. Yeah.
So, you were talking about bands earlier.
I'm talking about what?
You were talking about rubber bands earlier.
Yep.
I was wondering if you could go a little more in depth about pure bands versus soft pure bands.
I personally am not articulating.
Wow, that is a good one.
So.
Because I know because you were talking about canopies.
Yep.
And
Thanks, Abby. So.
He read the manual.
No, I love it. So my understanding, and I definitely need some input on this, and I'll find out if it's not the right. My understanding is that a salt-cured rubber band removes all of the moisture from the rubber band, and they're more brittle over time, as opposed to a steam-cured rubber band where it keeps the moisture and retains it, and the rubber is still more elastic, and they last longer. So I do know that the manufacturer right now that is working with our industry to make the rubber bands, they're working very closely with PIA to make sure that they bring it up to the standard that it used to be. Because they weren't in this field for us. They were in a different field doing rubber bands. And they realized that we need the steam cured or the salt cured or whatever ones last longer for us. And they're working with PIA to make sure that that happens. So yeah, so if you find someone with a handful of those pre-COVID rubber bands, man, they're worth some money. So yeah. So what else we got? Dave, question.
So just going back to limited life components, so things like your webbing, your chest straps, your leg straps, your canopy lines, a little bit of wear. So you look at your lines and they're looking a little bit fuzzy. You might say, oh, that's just cosmetic. It's not. It actually has a ton to do with how strong that webbing or those lines are. Go online. Area 47 is a rigging loft in the Netherlands, I think. They put all this stuff into this big machine that stretches it. You look at a brand new riser that'll last for, 800 pounds or something like that before it breaks. What was a little bit of wear? Half. So the stuff wears out and you're decreasing the amount of strength.
And we understand too that UV degradation really does a number on our on the Cordura that our containers are made out of. God, the grossest thing I've ever seen is a packer super sweaty laying on a canopy with no shirt on. Human sweat degrades canopies.
Arthur, your favorite, Arthur.
Arthur. I wasn't going to say anything because we are live streaming. I don't want to call anybody out like that. But if we are packing main canopies, it's never a bad idea to have your long sleeve jersey on. I know it's a little bit hotter, but preserve your canopy. If you see a canopy and the whole center cell near the warning label is really light colored and it's supposed to be like black, we know that there's been some type of damage to it, whether it's UV or human sweat, that sort of thing. Okay, so long sleeves are always a better idea when we're packing. We don't need to be laying on our canopies to get all the air out and stuff. What else we got? I know there's more gear questions out there. No? Sonic.
Just a gear comment.
Sure.
So main lift webs on containers are made out of different material, either type 8 or type 7. Type 7 has the yellow tracer on the edge. Very popular rigs like Javelins, Vectors have that. I had to send 3 rigs back last year because people are dragging their rigs. And the little yellow tracer is being broken. It's actually, for people that own Vectors, it's really the biggest problem. Is where that webbing goes through the hip ring and comes back up. It's right at that bottom where the hip ring is, where a lot of people don't look. But 3 rigs last year because people are dragging their rigs. So either get a packing mat or learn how to bring your bag down to your rig and do your stows properly. And I even think I saw some people here last year that had those things broken that needed to get them fixed, that should get them fixed.
Great point. So you can actually drag your rig up to 3 miles on an active jumping weekend. And you just spent however many thousands of dollars on that harness container system, and now you're essentially dragging it across gravel, all right? How many times have we seen dirt and everything on the packing mat, anywhere we're gonna be? You're dragging your life-saving gear over that. You're dragging your risers, your hardware, your chest straps, your hip rings, all right? Never a good idea. And just a real quick, someone mentioned earlier about the size of reserves compared to the size of mains, all right? Who here has a reserve that's larger than their main? Yeah? Who here flies a sub 100 canopy? Sub 100 canopy, okay.
There's
How,
2 people in this room.
and I don't care if it's like just sitting in your head or whatever.
We're loading, or are we talking size?
Okay,
Doesn't
so.
matter if it's someone 100 when you're 300 pounds exit weight, you know?
So we know anything under a 150 size main canopy is considered high performance. And if we're flying a sub 100 main canopy and we're relying on a reserve that is much smaller than a lightly loaded canopy, we're kind of asking for trouble, right? So I know that there's been few manufacturers over the years that allow for sub 100 canopies to have larger reserves. All right, not all of them offer that. There is a new container out on the market from Sunpat that allows sub 100 canopies to have an almost 143 reserve canopy. So if you're on the fence about getting a new reserve, please, talk to us. Rich, myself, Sonic, we have dealerships with all these manufacturers that can get you a new reserve and a low bulk reserve to fit in these containers. And I strongly suggest that you know how to max out your reserve container, okay? If you guys don't know what model container that you have or from what manufacturer, please let us know. We'll get you that information so you can see what size reserve, and I'm always a big fan of maxing out the reserve. Not so much maxing out the reserve and the main. That's awesome. I love when you guys do that. But the reserves, okay? There's no reason why to have a 1998 ridiculously old reserve when you guys were born in like the 2000s, or there's new technology out. All right? Yes?
Really quick, not a question, just wanted to let you guys know. So who in here is a rigger? Stand up, really quick, just so we have an idea. 5, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Take a look around, guys. There's 8 riggers plus in this room. If somebody isn't available at the drop zone and you come to manifest and it's a crazy day and I can't find one single rigger to help you, that's probably not going to happen. There's 8 riggers in this room. We have at least 3 to 4 on our staff alone. So there is always somebody that can help you with your questions, with your gear, with anything you guys really need. If you have someone else's gear you don't understand, they're all willing to sit down and explain it to you. We do have a lot of riggers here, so don't be shy.
And just closing on that, any of the riggers were actually meeting after the safety day for a quick 10-minute powwow, so don't run out anywhere or anything. Rich, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, there's a real good article Louise Adolfo put up like a couple months ago, maybe a year ago, I don't know, Time Warner Street. And it's about flying the biggest reserve that you possibly
Yeah.
can.
That was a good article.
It's a good read if you haven't read it, and if you can't read, on the audio.
For the younger jumpers, you got to realize all containers hold traditional 3 sizes of 9 cell canopies, right? So at one point, your first canopy is going to be bigger than your reserve. Your second canopy is probably going to be almost the same size, and then the third canopy would be smaller. So a lot of people would hear this stuff, and also the Sonic, I need a bigger. I'm sure whoever sold you your rig appropriately sized your reserve, I would think and hope. So just realize that at one point it's smaller, at one point it's the same size, at one point it's bigger.
That is a great point.
The one thing about reserves too, is people think, I'm gonna use my reserve when I have a problem with my main canopy. That's such a small part of the equation. If you're hurt and you use that reserve because you're hurt, you want something that's smaller than your frickin' main, or as small as your main and trying to land it hurt. You go a little bit bigger, it gives you a little more margin for error to get your butt on the ground without ending up in a bunch of pieces.
We shouldn't do like a triple downsize in the event of emergency, right? If we're flying a 190 main and then we have a cutaway or we have to go straight to reserve and all of a sudden we're flying like a 143, that might be a little bit challenging. You might land fine, but why put us behind the 8 ball? Yeah, exactly.
And also, don't forget, if you go into your reserve, your odds of making it back to the drop zone that you know so well is
Yeah.
diminished because you're lower, you're possibly further out, you were spinning.
Mhm.
So now you have to land in a small backyard. Who's landed off drop zone? By show of hands, if you've not landed at the drop zone. So we've had 5 people land off. Come on. Seriously? All right. So has anyone landed in a backyard? Right? It gets pretty dicey, right?
So you guys also know that you can contact manufacturers that have reserves to demo a reserve as a main canopy, right? So if we've never had a cutaway, knock on wood, we can actually call the manufacturer in through their demo program, try out one of their reserves. So if we're flying a 9-cell or a cross brace or fully elliptical, we know that the majority of all reserves are 7 cells, so they're going to fly a little bit differently. They're going to flare a little bit differently. So why not get some practice jumps on those before we actually need them in event of emergency? Right? Okay. All right. That's all I have to say. You guys have any questions?
How's everybody doing, okay?
Yeah.
Energy-wise? We're actually not doing bad time-wise. I don't want to do another break if I don't have to. Do you want to keep going? Consensus? Keep going? My goal was to try and have this wrapped up by 1. So if everybody's okay with that, yeah, we'll get this done? Okay, cool.
On the bottom.
Yeah, just the bottom one.
It says, thanks, Shauna.
Oh, you said that.
Richie kind of jumped
There was a hose
on a lot of the subjects that I had for free fall safety and for EPs and for the basic, the outro of the safety presentation like he always does. So I'm just going to kind of skip around here for a second, but.
I didn't talk about EPs.
Didn't? At all?
Yeah.
Cutting away EPs? Yeah. You just like to shotgun the shit out of everything that you do. Boom! Boom! All right, I'm out of here. All right, cool. Free fall safety, here we go. And I know Evan talked on it, and all right, so free fall safety, I know Rich has said it, and I'll say it, and everyone in this room is anointed SNTA, right? You've heard him say that before, you've been around long enough. I'm in a room full of people that I know, and if I don't know you, I'll get to know you, and a lot of you guys have been around the drop zone long enough to watch me raise my family and my kids and stuff, and now I'm watching you guys raise your families and stuff, and so it's really cool that I'm in a room full of people that I consider my friends and family. So when I say that everyone's anointed SNTA, I really do mean that. Like everyone here is kind of in charge of the safety of each other. So when we do our skydives, proper planning is going to be everything that we do, right? A good dive preparation is free fall safety. The days of the zoo dive are over. I've probably pulled people off of their solo free fly and made you jump with somebody at some point. Right? Have I done that to any of you in the room? If I said, no, you're not jumping alone, sit fly, you're going to jump with this guy, and you guys can figure it out together. There's no solo free flies, and we try not to avoid the zoo dive, the 5-minute scramble to the plane to try to get our free fall in. We're not doing that anymore. Number one thing here is jump in your limits. A lot of us are on current. We don't let our ego manifest for us, right? We try to jump in our limits, and wherever we were back in October, November last year, unless you went somewhere and stayed current somewhere else, you're not there now, right? You got to kind of crawl, walk, run, and get back into the groove of things before we go back on that big way, or we go back to what we were doing, kind of always dial back and start again. take a step back and assess your skills and get the groove kind of cut back in deep so that we can keep each other safe, yeah? The meet it or beat it is real. that was an old adage we used to say, meet it or beat it, the 5-minute call. Usually if you hear the parachutes opening up over your head, you guys should be heading towards the loading area because the plane's going to be down pretty quick. I know if I have a map of the DZ so that we can talk about this together, Nick Vogel showed me a map the other day, and he had these lines, and it was a flow of how the DZ should kind of work. And he had this line going from the fun jumper tent down along the side of the packing tent, and then cutting across the tandem gear up area. And I said, delete that fucking blue line. Because I can tell you as a tandem instructor, mostly that's 90% of what I do on the DZ is tandems. The other 10% of the time I'm just trying to rest my back. Is that blue line cuts right through the tandem gear up area. I know it gets hot in the summertime, and we're all trying to seek that piece of shade. But if you could take your group, instead of cutting down the right side of the packing tent, go around the left side of the packing tent, you'd have a lot more free roam. There's a creeper area over there. I don't know if we have any creepers left. I think there's only 3 left. I think one's used to move a soda machine one time. I don't know where it wound up. It's in one of Winnie's hangars. But there's a creeper area. There is a shaded area behind there. In the afternoon, it gets shady where our banner is and stuff like that. So if I could really talk to all the fun jumpers and to get your line, instead of going through the tandem gear up area, to go around the fun jumper tent and to head towards the loading area off to the left of the main packing tent. Everybody understand what I'm saying? Yes. And that's really to alleviate that congestion point. I've got families, seeing off their loved ones to go for their skydive with dogs, and I got tandem instructors tripping over stuff. I got videographers doing interviews, and then I got fun jumpers. It just gets so congested in that little tiny, 10-foot by 15-foot shed that we got there, that little tin roof in the back of the tent. It gets super congested, so if we could try to get the fun jumpers, and you guys that are here for safety day know that, you guys know where you should be. So get around that main packing tent and head towards the loading area off to the left instead of cutting through the tandem gear up area. You'll avoid me saying, if you're not here for a tandem, or me trying to put a tandem harness on you. A couple fun jumpers I think I tried putting a tandem harness on people last year just to get the point across. Like, this is the tandem gear up area. Like, you're not supposed to be here. Now, I get that it gets hot and stuff like that. I don't know if we could work on a shade tent or something out there. I know we did a couple years ago till Logan took it out. I don't know. I never got to the next stuff. But I don't know. I was trying to pull up a map, failing at that.
It's just the volleyball court, just that way.
Yeah. Just go around by the volleyball court. To get out towards the loading area. And when should we be at the loading area, right? 5 minutes before, right? Or as the plane's taking off, So, I think this is us, right? Yeah, this is us. So we want to kind of move everyone around this side. I think it's an old-ass picture. And we want to load this area. There's still planes over here. I don't know how old this picture is. Where did I get this from? Anyway, that was a bad picture. I was trying to make a point.
I can't read that fast, Jim.
All right, I'm almost done. And we're done. All right, so we already did all of our prep on the ground, right? And we did that 20 minutes before, right? We already had a dive flow together. Or we got together, we did our gear checks once inside the tent, right? 5 minutes, we hear parachutes out. Let's start heading towards the loading area, right? Or already be in the loading area. And what are we doing at the mock-up, right? We're doing our dirt dives, right? Everyone's still doing dirt dives, or is that old school? We're still doing dirt dives, right? And we're trying to practice our jumps. I don't know about you guys, man, but jump tickets ain't cheap. Like, I don't waste my time and money with a bunch of people that don't want to, don't want to take part of the skydive. You know, if they're too cool for school, man, leave them on the ground. If they're not in the mock-up area getting ready for your skydive, they're wasting your time too, because that person's not as vested as you are in that jump. And I don't know about you guys, I can't afford to waste my money and time. You know, so we're all here to have fun, but at that time too, like showing that you're there, ready to do your jump inside the loading area is a respect for everybody in your group, yeah? And it's gonna keep everybody safe too. We always do our loading area, and like everyone's talking about, belly, right? Free fall, or I mean free fall, we do this, like head down, whatever you're doing, you know, head up, head down. You know, to try and organize your group in the order, there's a sign out there. You guys can figure it out amongst yourselves. You don't need anybody to do it. You know, there's a sign there, you know. Get on the plane. Load the plane in opposite order of your exit, right?
Jim, I got a question. A lot of times visiting jumpers on that sign, people mistake solo for solo bellies, like visiting jumpers looking to do solo bellies. But that solo means solo students, right?
Yeah.
So I think we should maybe
on solo, I
sharpie
don't know what solo means. I always
under free fly. Solo students go
free
after
fly, yeah.
Han Solo.
Han Solo.
Han Solo. So I think we should sharpie in solo students or solo, because people.
Well, it says
will,
AFF coach after that. I don't know why it says solo.
So that's for solo students not getting
right.
coached
Maybe
or
people.
AFF.
Yeah.
That's Kyle's dyslexia.
Yeah, I guess that's an old sign too, kind of like that map I just picked up. All right, so I got some polish to put on this thing. I don't know, this presentation, like I said, it's a rehash of years past when I steal photos. I don't actually make them. But we get on the plane in the right order. And, you know, Rich went over in depth about the aircraft procedures and stuff like that. And weight bias is super important too. And especially as we're loading the plane too, anyone gets in that area, that negative space on the right side of the door as you're getting inside the plane, that's like every inch you go past that door. Of course, my math guys and leverage, but like every inch, like you're 100 pounds, is more like 200, 300, 400 pounds. That weight is exponential as it goes further away from the weight bias of where the wing and the wheels are, yeah? When I've been on a seesaw. So the further you go back in the plane, the heavier it gets. So as you get in the plane, we really want to just pack it in. Another thing too is like keeping that weight bias closest to the pilot, even if there's lots of room on the plane. If you're spreading out all over the plane, you're just slowing down the ascent. Me, I like getting up there fast. So I can get out, we can do it again. But if we're spreading the weight more towards the tail, it's not going to climb as good, am I right? Pilot speak. So if we're packing it in nice and close, and we're keeping our bodies upright, we're holding the space on our gear, we're avoiding gear malfunctions, pins coming out. So if you see somebody being lazy, maybe I've said something to you like sit up. Don't lean on your gear. It's saving your life. And like that, if the tandem students sit in the back of you, they're not paying all that money so you can lay on them. All right, so I know you see a camera guy being cool once in a while, leaning back on his stuff. He's just tired. He'll wake up and he'll jump soon. But keep your gear straight up and down inside the plane, yeah? No leaning back. Because I know one thing for sure is right where that bench is, inside the plane, when you lean back, your pin is right there. Mike?
Too, if you have that 90-degree angle, right? Everyone, when they lay back, as soon as you lean up, you can scoot back 6 inches.
Yeah.
A couple inches.
Yeah, it's amazing how much more weight he can get forward in the plane.
Times 6 or 7, there's another seat left on the bench now.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, so like the sprawling out inside the plane, you know, like really concentrate on holding your own body weight in the plane. And this is all building up to, we're not even in free fall yet. We're just making it safe just to take off, right? We're watching our gear and we're watching each other. So we're climbing to altitude. The hand signals were really informative today. I like that a lot. When should we be ready to jump? Right?
Before you get in the plane.
Before you get in the plane, right? So, you know, with the people with the stuff hanging out and the headphones and the sunglasses and all this stuff, it's like, I understand you're trying to be comfortable and you're trying to get in your groove and everything, but the most important stuff is your skydiving gear, huh? So, like, all the little jingle-jangle stuff. Go ahead, Jack.
Also, from like ground crew's perspective, all like getting all jumbled going onto the plane and like figuring out that order, and it's like one dude's on the stairs and he's like, oh shit, you gotta go first, this, that. It's hard to get a good count sometimes when people are like all over the place. And also with Manifest too, it's like they think 15 people are on the plane, but it's only 14, then we're searching for someone who's not even
Yeah,
up.
we've come into that before, where like we had one too many on the plane before.
Yeah,
Because
and-
the count was messed up, because
Yeah.
it just got jumbled up, right? We had one too many on the plane,
Yeah.
did that happen, I think, one time?
No, it did.
One time, 3, 4, 5 times?
A few
maybe?
times.
1, 2, skip a few, 99, 1,000. All right, so getting that count right, getting on the plane in order is all part of the process, right? And it all starts with being early to get on the plane and doing all of our process to get this exit order right. All right? As we climb the altitude, right, doors open, we already did our dirt dive on the ground, we're more than prepared, and this is where the climb out and the yelling from the tandem instructors, get out, get out, get out, all this stuff starts. We don't do that. I know a lot of the old heads, me, Chris Pearl, you know, fucking Dooley, I don't know, where's all the old, you know, we really don't yell anymore. We're just like, I'll just fucking pull higher, you know? I really don't, nothing really gets me excited too much. What really bothers me is with people rushing towards the door to the groups. I know Richie hit on this quite a bit, and it's just getting that weight bias. It's like waiting your turn. And even as a TI, like, you don't need to be right on top of the TI, you know, jumping on top of his drogue and getting that proper separation. And you know, the speed is real. We're jumping in the summertime when we get those calm days. We're jumping in this 95, 90, I don't know, I think last summer we had a couple real quick days where like the time in the door was fast, right? But you gotta remember, 4 seconds of this is just you counting when you go to leave. You know, even at 100 knots, you don't need to run to the door. You just get in the door, you ready? Ready, set, leave. That's 4 seconds just went by. That's like 3 football fields at 100 knots. It's a crazy amount of space you just took up. So just think about the guys behind you when you're climbing inside the door on those fast jump run days. All right, if you're in the door for 4 seconds, that's like 3 football fields. Think of it like that. Now, as it gets slower, you know, I think I've been on jump runs before when I called out 65, 60, 55. At that point, when you're getting into the 10, 12 second range, you're getting vertical separation too. You know what I mean? You're not only getting the what is this, horizontal separation, you're also getting separation vertically from those jumpers in those groups. You know, so be aware of that. And I know Richie said about the 45-degree rule. That's probably really only relevant on like a hop and pop run. You know, when you're talking real quick off the jet, when you don't have a lot of altitude, you don't have the time for vertical separation, but you want to make sure you get that horizontal separation. All right? We're all pretty familiar with this stuff. And we're just now getting out of the plane. Remember to incorporate your count in those times when you leave to make sure you're not taking the other group further and further away from the drop zone. Awareness of each jumper in your group. Who's the base of your group? Probably me. But it's going to be the bottom guy, right? Is always the lowest guy. And being aware of that lowest person in your group and getting to them, yeah? Right? What's your planned break off? Did you discuss it before you got in the plane? You know, make sure that's all part of your dirt dive. Track for your life, you know, because it really does depend on it. At that break off, are we all making sure we're turning 180 degrees from the center of the formation away from jump run? Do you know what jump run is before you got on the plane? Like, get yourselves involved in it. Know what jump run is. When I turn a break, I want to face north and south. Or today, maybe we're flying to the north. Maybe I want to go east and west when I break away. You know, so you're not tracking down jump run. Go ahead, guys.
I want to make sure that every skydiver knows that it's way more important to break off from the group than to worry about which way the plane was flying.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to muddy the water with that. It's just something to think about.
4,000 feet, they're trying to figure out which way the plane was after they just did a horny gorilla, flipped all around clouds. And like, that's a lot to ask of a skydiver, even if they're a world champion. I think it's a lot to ask, so don't get caught up like, I have to figure out the jump run now. No, you gotta get away from the groups that you're right next to. And it's nice if you can do that, but I've seen so many new skydivers focus like, oh, I gotta break off, I know which way I'm going. And I see people I'm coaching, I'm like, no, forget about that. Clear this jumpers first.
Yeah.
Then worry about, you know, line of flight or whatever. But I just found that a lot of newer skydivers are worrying about that before the other skydivers that are around them. And that's just what I've seen.
I just want to add on top of that, something that I've noticed is everybody wears cameras nowadays, that no one looks over their shoulders anymore when they're waving and pulling. And you can watch every video and you'll see people not wave or not look over the shoulder before they wave and pull, and or if you're more experienced, to learn how to do a barrel roll or clear your airspace before you pull. So just something to think about.
Real quick, he said break off, barrel roll. How many people dirt dive, do the break off, and barrel roll with a wave and throw?
Oh, that was good.
That's a good demonstration. Thank you. No,
How many of you do a barrel roll?
What's a barrel roll?
Without changing any degree of heading whatsoever.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Track flat, as versus dive.
Yeah, I wanted to.
Watch. I saw it.
I don't want to keep muddying it up with different little nuanced things like jump run direction and like clearing your airspace. At the end of the day, if you're tracking away from your formation and you're looking at the back of somebody else, you're in the wrong place. You need to get the fuck out of the way, right? So let's think about that too. I mean, don't put yourself in a space that you're in danger. If you go to track away from your from your formation and you're above somebody, slide out of the way because they might just decide to pitch without waving off, right? And even if they do, you don't want to be in that danger zone. Like line of fire, right?
Can we lock them out?
Yeah. The importance is that flat track is really like the game that you want to play at the end of your skydive. And I think it's like a fun little game you can play, like who tracked the flat, like who's the flattest track. Like if I could look under my armpit, and I can see that if I can't see anybody, I'm the lowest guy. I didn't win that time. Like I got to track flatter next time. Developing a good flat track and getting a good separation from that formation. Not all openings work out well. If you have a 180 opening and that guy's got a 270 and this guy's got a 360 and you all wind up coming back to the formation, if you didn't have a good long flat track, you could wind up with with an entanglement, and that's the reality of it. So that flat track that's probably one of the most important skills you learn before you get your license, right? I know this is all AFF stuff, guys, but it is back to basics. And, when we're doing our dirt dive, the whole thing is don't rush that. Take that time, to get everybody together and to be organized when you get on the plane. And try not to jump solo, Even if there's only one other person on the drop zone, you could learn something from that jump because you're relative to someone else inside the skydive. If you're just out there doing solos, you're not learning anything. Or you could become a tandem instructor, if you don't have any friends. That's a great way to you get new friends every 20 minutes. It's fucking awesome. So, I mean, that's just my spiel on that. Anybody have anything to add about free fall safety? Right? We did our nice flat tracks. We have a beautiful opening canopy every single time. When's our next malfunction going to be? Your next skydive. Your next skydive is your EPs, and if you're not practicing your EPs and your handles checks, you're robbing yourself that muscle memory. And I think it was actually Dixie back in the old days before you did that barrel roll. Like he said, hey man, he had these keychains that he would make, like the monkey fist keychains. And he would be like, yeah man, when I learned how to get my lesson, I actually would walk out of my car and grab my stuff. Here I'm thinking this guy's walking through the parking lot freaking everybody out because you have a gun. What's he doing? But he's building muscle memory, And I thought that stuck with me, and I still do it to this day. I walk out to the plane, I touch my handles. I don't know, I was fucking the whole time. It's like almost like a nervous twitch I do now. Is like touching my handles. Like I'm allowed to do that. That's okay,
With 3 R's, right?
Yeah, man. Just keep on touching it. Just keep on doing it.
Sidebar to that, Jim. Who's going to a hotel and look for the toilet paper?
What? What? Looking for toilet paper?
Because the house, they know where the toilet paper is, right?
Yeah.
You go to a hotel, where's the toilet paper?
Oh, it's behind the door. Who puts it there? Why would they put it behind the door?
Right. Muscle memory.
Muscle memory. Yeah, you're.
Not to bring up.
No, that's a good point. So, you're building that muscle memory, every single time. So, if you have that mindset that my next jump is my next DP, my next plane ride, I might have to do an aircraft emergency. If you don't have that mindset of, if you're not playing a Final Destiny movie in your fucking head while we're sitting there, you're not doing it right. You know, you should be having these intrusive thoughts of like, hey, if I was to get out of the plane right now, can I? If I had to, can I? You know, if I have to do this, can I? And if you're not preparing yourself mentally every single jump to do these procedures, you're setting yourself up for the Dunning-Kruger. Where's Dave Grabowski at? He's not here. He left.
He's over there.
There he is. Like that whole chart of like you've incorporated this feedback loop of like it's always going to be good, which is good to have positive outlook, positive outcomes. But if you're not preparing yourself to use your emergency procedures every single jump, you're setting yourself up. I'm not going to go over the 4 S's and that stuff here. You guys are all deep in the pipeline. But if you don't know this malfunction chart by heart, and if you can't do this, like you need to seriously sit down and like break down these malfunctions. If you need to sit in on an FJC, have a better understanding of this. I hit this for like an hour and a half, and I get this flow chart hammered into your head. You know, I mean, if you don't know this flow chart, like the back of your hand, then, you know, you're not doing it right.
I have a question. I'm new, class 8.
Welcome.
44 jumps. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, thank you.
I appreciate all the information. I'm sure it's individual, but 4,000 feet, engine stops, pilot goes, get out. So by the time you're by the door, it's 3,000 feet. Now you have to make a decision, main or reserve. I don't have that number in my head. Whether I use 3,000 feet, main or reserve.
Listen, if you get out of the plane and you clear and you pull at 3,000 feet, you're going to get a parachute.
So main?
Either one. Listen, in an aircraft emergency, you know, by the rules, by the specs, it's 2,500 feet, right? We want to clear and pull our main, right? In an emergency situation, are we going to have a debriefing on like, oh, that guy pulled his reserve, he's pulled his license. You know, you got out of the plane, you cleared, you didn't make the job worse for the pilot, you got out of the plane, breathe, pull, whether that be your reserve or your main, no one's going to split the hairs. Listen, these emergency procedures we have are written in a textbook, right? So if we practice it by that, when I look at my altimeter and I see 2,500,
Reserve.
if you want to pull your reserve, pull your reserve. If you want to pull your main, pull your main. Like where is it, 2,501? Or is it 2,499? Or, you know, you can't split the hairs. It's your emergency procedures. You got to know the number. Try to stick to it the best you can.
Well, I think what he's asking is, like, can we go over the numbers? And I'll tell you, to answer the question, it's a hard answer because everyone in this room has a different answer. You know, it's a personal decision sometimes.
He's comfortable with what he's comfortable with.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think we're looking for, in other words, is there an A license guy ever out there? A license, anyone?
Yeah, he's got it.
All right.
Dario.
Johnny Mac. Aircraft emergency, 3,000 feet. What are you going out? What are you pulling?
Well, I'm probably going to shit myself and pull my reserve.
Right answer. Right answer. Good answer.
Decision altitude.
I'm going to the So, like, the number's 2,500, right? The number's 2,500? Every clear pool made it above 2,500?
I'll probably just get straight to that.
But shitting yourself and pulling your reserves is perfectly fucking valid, too. I mean, you're getting out. The most important part of it is clearing the aircraft. Not to charge the door and pull the reserve and whap it over the fucking tail. Now the pilot's really having a fucking rough time. Like, don't make a bad day worse. I think when we're dealing with these emergency procedures, it's not about getting rid of all potential what-ifs, because there's always going to be that. But it's just don't make the fucking day worse. And that's and that goes to the size of the reserve, right? We were just talking about the size of the reserve. If you're jumping a little tiny reserve because it looks sexy on your back, that's fucking stupid. I mean, if you're having a bad day, if you're pulling your reserve, like, why do you have to swoop your reserve? Like, come on, man. You're not going to get that much out of it anyway. You know?
Another part to the equation, is that you're talking airplane. Don't forget, you have to make in your mind, if I'm in free fall and I have nothing out, if I go through 2,500 feet with nothing out, you might want to go straight to the reserve or even 3,000 because it's going to take, you know, your speed towards the ground has an impact on your decision, is what I'm trying to say.
It's part of your gear too, like what's your AAD set at? If you pull your parachute at 2,500 feet and you snivel into your AAD fire, now you got another problem. Now you went from an aircraft emergency to a 2-out. So like, I think the trick is to know your gear, know the numbers, and try to stick to them, and try to mitigate making it worse. Because whenever we hear about these emergencies and stuff, it's always like the chain of events that made it worse. It wasn't one thing. It was like, well, then this happened, and then this happened. And I think about that movie, Final Destination, and there was a fucking log came through the window, and everything went to shit, and there were some flames. Like, it just gets worse and worse and worse until somebody goes in or gets horribly injured, right? Is that how it goes? It's never just one thing. It was like a chain of events that created this catastrophe. So it's like aircraft emergency, 3,000 feet. By the time you get to the door, you clear and jump, you're at 2,500. Are you going to think, or are you going to just pull your reserve? There you go. So either one was the right answer. But clearing and not making the aircraft emergency worse is like the number one thing. Because if we all charge the door, the tail gets heavy, he drops out of the sky, we're all stuck to the side of the plane going, well, that sucks. So, you know, don't make it worse. Don't make a bad day worse.
Leon. Jay, Alex, Mikey B, these are all AFF instructors. You guys take a few extra minutes maybe on the side and just make sure that it settles in and you're comfortable. I want you to be comfortable with knowing what you know. Okay?
Yeah.
So if you get 5 minutes, guys, can you?
Yeah, and just for the sake of time, I'm not going to go over every nuance of the FJC and the BSRs and stuff like that. Like, I'm in a room full of skydivers here. I just want to get the juices flowing of, you know, what we need to do to prepare ourselves. Dialing it back, going back to the basics, getting the muscle memory grooves back in. I haven't done a handles check with a tandem rig on since last fall. What's the first thing I'm going to do when I get my tandem rig? I'm going to slow it down, back it up. I might do 100 handles checks. You know, I might have Richie. Let's go over the malfunction tree again. How many years? 15 fucking years? I don't fucking know. Like, let's do it again. Like, get back in there.
No, he's gonna tell me the same thing he does every year. He's gonna put the tandem rig on and say, "This thing's shrunk."
Yeah, it does get smaller. I feel like it's tight. I think Sean is washing them in hot water.
It's always my fault.
So I'm not going to go over the minutia of all the malfunctions and stuff. The one thing that I can say is that whenever something does go bad, the fetal position is always the wrong answer. So always breathe and get big and think about what you got to do, because making the correct decision 2 seconds later is better than making the wrong decision now, yeah? So that breath and arching is going to help you in that. Last year, I know we went into modified techniques with teaching emergency procedures with 2 hands instead of single-handed procedures that we've been taught. A lot of the old heads were taught single-handed EPs. At this DZ, all new students and licensed skydivers take into account that the 2-handed technique is kind of the more modern way of teaching and the more modern way of doing things. And I think we've kind of stuck with that, right? And I have no problem with that. We do have a cutaway hanging harness. It is available to use, so if you actually want to do a simulated cutaway, you know, we get it on a day where it's not that busy, we can pull the harness out, we can have fun with it all day. You can reassemble a 3-ring system, you and your friends can practice cutaways, so just ask for it since I'm a student. How to avoid canopy collision was my same thing as last year, just jump alone, so you don't have to worry about it. I've had a couple close calls. Anyone else have a close call of a canopy collision? Anyone seen a canopy collision? Anybody in a canopy collision? All right, so it's you know, like that oh shit moment. I think is real when you get involved in somebody else's canopy. What's the number one way I think to avoid a canopy collision is that tracking and that separation. There was some guy figured out how far to track to get this minimum separation. There's a slide of it here.
Minimum distance.
Canopy speed equals 30 miles an hour. That's 44 feet per second. 3 seconds required to see and respond to an approaching canopy. 2 canopies on a head-on collision will cover 300 feet in 3 seconds. So it does happen fast. It's not like, oh, I'm over there and we're kicking and stuff. We're like, oh my God, we're gonna collide. It's not like that at all. It's really fast. I had a student a couple of years ago do a 180 and just come right down, the downwind leg. And I moved out of the way, and I landed and stuff, and I walked up to the guy, and he didn't even see me.
So it's nice when you have 2 canopies and you have the ability to move. The one I was in is we come off a big way. I had line twist up the ass. I was a sitting duck, and I saw him coming as I'm untwisting.
Yeah.
And you just get wrapped right up. And the number one thing, use your frickin' mouth. Talk. Hey, don't panic. You okay down there? And his canopy's coming down over. He's cutting my face with my glasses and shit. But it was just one of those things. He didn't see me. I couldn't get out of his way. So you gotta talk it out, because there's time in something like that. It's not high speed.
The altitude awareness is all the way to the ground, guys.
And he ended up just dragging down me. The wrap went around like that, and because neither of us panicked, it opened itself back up again, and then he went down over me.
So you went through his lines.
Well, I was wrapped in his canopy, so the canopy wraps around me like this.
Right.
Oh, a little bit higher. And then it just dragged down me as it unwrapped, and then he flew away. And
You get all cut up, your glasses fucked up.
yeah, you just, cause
Yeah.
all
Good
the crap
lines,
on you,
stripes.
broke my glasses, dragged them on my face and shit.
Yeah,
So
better
you look better now.
than the alternative, right? But the communication was key.
Yeah, you gotta talk.
I try to play that final destination in my head. Like, what would I do if I was in a situation like that? It's like, number one, like, where am I? Not only fuck where I am over the ground, but how high am I over the ground? Because the altitude is our time, right? Do I have time to communicate? Okay, we're at 2,000 feet. Like, what the fuck? Oh, it's okay. You okay? I'm all right.
I had a canopy line twist, but it wasn't all wrapped up, so I wasn't going anywhere, and I didn't panic and chop.
Yeah.
Because that would have made his life fall
It
shit,
could have
too.
made both of your guys the last thing
And when we landed, I never saw him again. He never did come over.
Fuck this place, right? This place is
No idea who the hell it was.
This place is
I bet you recognize the canopy though.
I'll your contact info. I'm kidding. But anyway, learning experience. Just don't panic. Talk.
Yeah. I think that's the most important part, because if you're the top guy and you cut away, now you're falling through his canopy. Now he can't cut away. It's just that final destination movie starts playing. It just gets worse, right?
Yeah.
But that communication, taking that breath and saying, "Are you okay? Yeah, I'm all right. Are you okay?" And looking at your altitude. Hey, we got some time to figure this out, and things worked itself out. That's why Jay's here to tell that story, right? Hopefully all of them work out like that, but unfortunately it doesn't. A canopy wrap situation is pretty fucked up.
You logging us a night dive too while you're all wrapped up like that?
Yeah, make it worse. Make the story worse. So I think that separation and knowing who's on your group, getting that separation is the number one, I think, to avoid it. I think we can all agree on that flat track, because of the line twist and the uneven openings that we get from our canopy sometimes. I don't care how we pack them, sometimes they just do what they do. I've had a malfunction about 1 in 1,000 jumps. That seems to be about the consensus. I don't know. Is that about average for everybody? Maybe somebody's never had any malfunctions. I don't know, man. Maybe you've had all the malfunctions. I remember Shay's fucking reserve he had. There was so many X's on it. It was off the fucking card. I was like, I get like a B license in chops, So.
He packed for himself.
Yeah. So it's fire your packer. You can't when you're your packer, I guess. So I think the number one is that separation, being aware of the groups on the dives around you too, and what other canopy speeds are, I think is also part of it. So if they have a higher wing loading guy, maybe have him, pull lower. Yeah. maybe have him pull higher. You know, I don't know what the right answer is, but getting the separation and being able to communicate so that we can all get back on the ground. This is the chart of like a 4-way, you know, and they're saying like from the edge of the formation, you know, from separation is 724 feet. It's a lot of space, but when we just looked at it, it's only 3 seconds till any one of those can hit each other. That's just on a 4-way jump. Louis T.
Yeah.
What's your take on this? You got 12 ways. You know?
How about 400 people?
Yeah, or like when he goes to, you know, when you go over to Poland or wherever you went to go to the...
You've got it, just like you had posted up there, you've got a plan to dive, and dive's the plan. The break off is just as critical as every other part of the dive.
That's right.
And you gotta have eye contact. You gotta know what's going on around you. You just don't pitch out your pilot chute and stop playing with your booties or your slider and your head's, the old cliche, head's on a swivel. Just keep looking around. And you're not safe till you're in the packing,
all the way
back in the
down,
packing
right.
area. I've been whacked walking back.
Walking back, right? Yeah. Hey, we're not safe till we're back on the packing.
You got to have proper separation. I mean, we did 300 ways back in '96 in Russia. We come back and 2 people that were together in Russia on a skydive at the ranch. The very first guy, they almost get into a canopy wrap. Well, fuck, you've been out there with 300.
Yeah, 300 people,
now you're out
nothing,
there with
right?
20 people, and then you run into this problem. So it's you just got to be conscious and aware of what's going on, whether you're doing a 4-way with a cameraman or you're doing a 2-way. Right? My biggest thing right now, just to bring this up, is that these tracking dives. It was one day, 2 times we ran into.
I have something on that before the end of the day. I just want to show some like.
But we've run, you know, we've got to dive to plan. So the tracking people get out and they go search the angle and they turn around. But the next thing we know is we've got canopies whizzing past us and we're just doing RW. So you've got to come up with a plan, stick with the plan.
That's right.
And do the plan. That's it.
Mike, he brought up, can I just elaborate on one thing?
Yeah.
You brought up something really important, because you said it's not the jumpers, you know, you can't be thinking about jump run and all. If the horizontal separation, can you go back to that? Sorry. If the horizontal separation is done properly, exit order, and you give it enough time, this little firework I talked about here, it shouldn't matter. In other words, all 4 of those jumpers turn from center and burn. It's already accounted for if one of them's going up jump run. You know what I'm saying?
If you got more than 4 people, somebody is. If you do everything right.
If you do it right, it shouldn't matter. But what you said was really important. Like a new jumper shouldn't really worry about that if they're in a 4-way. If you're in a 4-way, everyone's turning from center and burning.
Doesn't make a difference if you're in a 4-way or a 40-way or a 400-way. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
You turn out, you do a 180 degree turn, and you track straight out. But you just don't track. You got to know what's going on to your left and to your right, and who's above you and who's below you. You just got to be aware and keep your head on a swivel.
Yeah. Those old days, like even at the 20 ways to the ranch, how many times, I can say how many times.
Do you not dirt dive your turn and track? Yeah, I've seen you do it. I've seen you guys do your separations, and sometimes you do multiple layers. Like, okay, the cameraman pulls in place, and these guys, right? I mean, there's always like a plan to how to get the most separation. Is what I'm saying. Like, we're all dirt diving the plan, and that includes the separation. Yeah. All right.
Or go low. No one's down low.
Yeah. and that's also awareness not only your group but the other groups. Like we're talking about the angle groups or a movement group. Like not only being aware of your group, but what's coming up and what was in front of you and what was behind you. I know as like a TI, like we're getting out in these little groups, right? I have my person with me and the cameraman maybe, and like I can see a line sometimes of like all the drogues this way. I can look behind me, I can see all the drogues that way, and I'm right in the middle, and it's like this awesome thing. It's like, wow, we are actually, I think we know what we're fucking doing. You know what I mean? Like, we're like really separated perfectly right now. And that's what we're going for. We're going for that perfect separation between groups, not only horizontally but vertically. And that's, I think, the best way to really avoid the canopy collisions, right? to everyone that owned their column of air.
Hey Louis, to your point, we're addressing that. Like, because keep in mind, these tracking dives, it's kind of like a newer phenomenon where these kids are getting more into it. I just got the wingsuiters to tell me which way they're going, and that was, that took me 3-4 years, but it's getting addressed, I promise.
And that gets into that funnel gets really small at the bottom, and that's where I saw a canopy collision was at 50 feet, and it was unrecoverable, and it was a double fatality. And, when that funnel gets small, we've tried to instill like, hey, we're all landing to the bar, or we're all landing away from light and variable, guys. Light and variable is like up to 5 miles an hour. Like I can't really tell you 1 mile an hour and 4 miles an hour wind on my face, on the ground. The flag's not doing anything. It's just laying there limp, right? So light and variable, at this drop zone, we all go towards the bar, right?
Yep.
So
I think the problem...
don't open it up. We only got 10 minutes left.
I want people to leave with a sense of I have an idea what we're doing.
Yes.
And we did have problems with it. We've always had problems with this. At every drop zone I've ever been to, with tetrahedrons or windsocks, or 20 windsocks we got in trouble with. Generally speaking, if before you get on the aircraft, we have a guesstimate. In other words, you know what? It's light and variable. We're going to land to the bar. Okay, we're all good with that. Everyone's good with that. Here's where shit gets ugly. We're on our way up, we open our parachutes, and the winds just completely did a 180. They picked up, we had a surge coming out of the east, and your first couple people down go into the wind, and it fucks everyone up. So that's the problem, and correct me if I'm wrong, this problem has existed probably since the first person ever went out of a plane with a parachute. It's hard to tackle it. I don't like first man down at all. I will not do that because inevitably that's a camera guy doing a downwinder, right? So we're kind of working on it. We've tried the arrow in the thing, but then you need someone to change it every 32 seconds.
It changed like I didn't know.
But the bar seems to work as long as we don't get selfish. As long as everyone's okay with landing that direction. It could be a little bit of a crosswind because if it's coming out of the south, I've seen people cheat the bar and land to the south. So we just want everyone to be safe. Before you get on the plane, like Jimmy mentioned, plan the dive includes the canopy ride, right? So talk to your partners, the other staff members, and not to say that we're perfect, but I've talked to tandem guys about this problem, right? Tandem guys.
I pinched out Double D last year. I totally pinched him out. He was landing. I saw my camera guy. I didn't even swivel. I didn't have my head on a swivel. I was trying to land next to Inti, I think, and Double D was landing on the beer line, which is awesome. That's usually where the camera guys land. And I was just right for my camera guy. Here I pinched Double D out. He still hasn't bought me a case of beer. So he went over the fucking line. So that's
No, I didn't go over. I just watched the video the other day.
Yeah, but I totally pinched him out. I owned it. I apologized. I was like, holy fuck, I can't believe I did that.
I could have avoided that, but it just kind of...
Yeah, it's like we're all on our terms. We get that tunnel vision, right? And that head on a swivel.
Here's one other thing.
I may have taken out Bro.
You've got the beer line where many of the photographers like to land.
Yes.
Sometimes in two different directions. Wouldn't it be a smart thing to preach, not to the other people, to stay 50 feet away? Don't land within 50 feet of that beer line. If you're not...
Well, we can just move the
Are
beer
you
line.
talking about my video guys?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make you a deal. Do you preach that? You let me know how fucking successful you are.
You leave that laneway just stays open and it's a recommendation.
No, Louis, I know that it's a point of contention, and we are working on herding the cats, and it's very hard.
And we know it doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, we're trying.
Well,
We're
like
trying.
I said, I don't know if there's that lane the way everybody, the swoopy lane that's right along the beer line, and just the regular people that don't want to swoop there, land 50 feet away from it. It's not a big deal.
You know what, Louis? You're absolutely right. Rich, Looks like you're gonna have to install a line.
I was like, the only way to get them to not swoop the airline is to put a fucking pond behind the fun jumper thing.
You know why they land there, right? It's a higher ground.
All right, so meeting adjourned. Rich is buying a pond, and no. That's that collision cone, stuff like that. I just wanted to hit on off-land. I think I beat up the separation and the head on a swivel to death for a little bit here, but I did want to go over off landings. And I know Nick did some really great work. Last year we had a jumper. Partially she had the same thing. She had picked a spot that she just wanted to land on, and she wasn't scanning properly, you know, when she got out there. But there was a perfect landing area pretty much 50 yards from where she landed, but she decided to land on a banked hill. And that's that, if you're not familiar with the area around Sussex, is it's kind of a valley. And all of the terrain around us, there is some flat spots, there's some choice landing areas. One of them is the high school. I think every one of us is here, if you've done any amount of jumps here, has had to pick that as an out. We got the soccer fields out by Woodburn Park, right? Is that what it's called?
Watch first jump this season.
Woodburn Park. There's the landscaping offices to the south of us. They've got the grass fields behind there. I know Greg's landed there before. I know Dario lives there. He might have an apartment there. One year on the wingsuit, I just assumed, hey, why didn't you land here? Why didn't you land at your fucking spot on the other side of the road?
You should walk his car there.
Yeah, I should.
Goldie's the king of outlanding.
There was like 3 times in my life.
But I can promise you, you get to the east of our drop zone and it's just all shit. It's just not a good place to be if you get to the east. There's really not too much good because of that hilly terrain, and you really don't realize it because we're in that valley, how much the altitude changes, and it's significant. So not only are you finding you're landing off, but your altimeter is not as functional because now you're 500-foot elevation difference. So if you're not landing with your eyes, you're only landing with that beepers and stuff like that. Just throw all that technology out because you're gonna have to use these to get yourself on a flat piece of ground, right?
It's also a serious issue with your AAD. And this is a topic that we could talk a long time about, but there are mountains around here. Some of the mountains are 200-300 feet high. If you have an AAD activation in that specific spot,
you're going to be a lot lower than you think.
You're going to have a lot of problems. So if you have any questions about that, come talk to me or us, and we'll chat about maybe adjusting your AAD to the proper firing altitude to play safe for that.
I think one of the only injuries we had last year was an off landing with what's her name? The girl with the wrist. What was her name? Olga. Olga, right?
Yeah, Olga.
Olga. No, my wrist is fine, Jim. It was like the size of a football. I think it's good. It's up to you. Have some vodka. I don't know, whatever. But this is over at the high school. I don't know if you guys can see the video behind me. Nick drove out because he wanted to help out. He was like, what if I go to these off landing areas and I just shoot video? There's like 100, it's a great off landing area, but there's like 100 fucking obstacles here too, you know? Yeah. Just assume every straight line you see from the air is a power line. How about that? And just decide not to cross it.
Just so everyone knows, Double D almost died right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
It's right there, right?
yeah, yeah, I did that. Yeah, so we've used these off landing areas,
That's really good. That's good.
No, it's awesome. I think it's awesome because we haven't done this before. Unless you look at these off landing areas, we just say, yeah, we'll land in a good spot. You know, we'll try and find you. If you're a licensed skydiver, bring your fucking phone, man. Like if you have a pocket for your phone, you know, put it in your zipper pocket or something, or maybe you have a jacket or something. It's very disheartening for most. I think Mackenzie's got gray hair now. She literally will lose some of that off, and it's just like, you know.
Except when it's my dad.
How about this too?
Except when it's your dad. Like, he'll come back someday, maybe. Yeah, go ahead.
Land off, say you don't have a phone to call anyone, and you see the plane circling above
Yeah,
you,
give him a heads up. Give him a.
give
He
them
can
a-
see you.
Well, actually, maybe not. I was trying to think of
spread
what
out.
I can see the
Just
best.
spread out your parachute.
Spread
Maybe
it.
do like a fucking.
I was thinking of that, or maybe take a knee with your parachute on your shoulder. I can probably tell if you're on your knee and you have your parachute up over your shoulder. I can see that you're alright.
Yeah, Paulie's
But
been able to.
again, if you need help,
This doesn't-
one of
this
these,
isn't good,
I need
yeah.
help. I'll call
That's your
down to
cerebral
them
arm.
and get somebody to use it.
You need a ride back.
Yeah, Paulie's been good at spotting our off landings and helping us out from the plane, but you know, it's. You know,
Almost 100% of the time, if there's an off-landing manifest, if they tell us, we will divert immediately to that spot to find you. So you're gonna see a plane pretty quick, and he'll be circling, just looking to see if you're okay. Not that we can do much to help you other than tell them where you are. It's like, just know we're coming, cell phone critical. And last, I wanna put one more thing. You were talking about technology, and I don't know how this could be implemented, but Life 360, if everyone, when they show up, we had a group,
or something. Yeah,
it would be so amazing to find people, you know, that land off. Because I can't tell you how many times, you know, we've been searching for people for hours, sometimes till dark.
Rich has had a nightmare situation when he was in Long Island. He tells a story, and as an instructor, I could be like, holy fuck. Like the sun's going down and I'm looking for my student, and now it's dark and you're looking for people. Like, that's fucking nightmare fuel. Not only for the student, but for everybody involved looking for this poor son of a bitch, right? So it's like, if we have all these things in our pocket, most of us are staring at them all fucking time anyway, so put it in your fucking pocket. You know, if you land off, give us a call. Hey man, I'm okay, I'm over at Woodburn Park. Or, hey man, I'm okay, I'm here. Hey man, I can see my bone, it's really white, it's bleeding. You know, like whatever, I don't know. Call me, let me know how you're doing, good or bad or indifferent. Like, it's not a bad idea. Or, if you don't have a phone and more than one of you land off, how about you land together? Land next to the guy that has a phone, which is just as good, so I don't have to drive all over fucking Sussex to pick you up. That'd be great too. Land together if you're gonna land off.
SCL back in the day, some look manifest wise, Jim was landing out, I'm headed out that way. I'm gonna let manifest know. I'm going to pick him
yeah,
up.
coordination with Manifest. Like, a lot of us want to kind of jump in the car and help out, but like, let Manifest know, like, hey, give me a radio, I'm gonna go.
Not gonna have a phone or a radio, Winnie.
Yeah, Winnie doesn't answer.
And then you're just out there alone, and we're like, he's been back for 25 minutes. Where
You know, but coordinating with Manifest when you go do those drives to go pick up your friend or something that, you know, that you saw land off, or maybe you landed back at the DZ, they didn't. How about you tell Manifest, like, hey, my friend's not here. Like, I think we've had a situation more than once where you had a person's like packing their shit, eating a fucking sandwich, and we're like, dude, was so-and-so with you? He's like, yeah. Like, how about you fucking tell us he's not here? Like, that'd be great. Like, spend 15 minutes. Like,
Really quick, I know we make you guys all have verbal on your phones, right? You have to have verbal to do your waivers. Just really quick, I know the Life 360 idea, but it will call 911 when you're in free fall, so it's not really gonna work. But verbal, if you do land off and you get hurt or anything, if you land off and there's this way on verbal that if you hit a button, it sends me your GPS location to my computer, so I know exactly where you are. I don't know why no one ever uses it. I don't know. It will call me, it will message me, and it will send me an email to the office. So if you don't have your phone, or if you land and you can't call or something, there's a way that you can show us exactly where you are.
And you guys are gonna take those numbers, the Latin Lounge, and you're gonna talk to Paulie or someone who knows how to fucking read them.
No, what you're gonna do is put them into an iPad and Google Maps and see where it is and describe to me where it's around.
Hey, in regards to what we're talking about, what's really important for new jumpers to the area that know people that are doing solos. If you're a solo and there's other solos, or if they're not, tell another group, hey, please, if you see, you know, make sure you see me on the landing area. There's been times that solos land out, no one knows they landed out, no one knows who they are because they're new. So talk to other jumpers on the plane. If you're a solo, say, hey, let's look out for one another. I'll make sure you're on the landing area, you make sure I'm on the landing area. Because solos have landed out.
And died.
And died. Thank you.
Never happens.
I think it was where the Packer landed by he was an instructor, right? He landed by his tent and he went in. he hooked in. But no one knew about it because he always landed the last jump in the tent. So, This also, let me throw another, I hate war stories a little bit, but our double mal guy, that guy, he's alive and well today, but I contributed to a fast response from the drop zone. You know, 2 planes circling immediately to find this guy with a good ground assault on. But, you know, these things do happen.
Couldn't think I could run that fast, did you?
I was trying not to drown, sorry. I didn't see you run. But it's pretty important. I like the idea, because we get ideas from safety. This is safety day, it's the purpose. I like the idea, if you're solo, almost like a drop zone mandatory, carry a cell phone. If you're doing a solo, you need a cell phone. You know, like, why can't we implement something like that? Although that wouldn't help if they got seriously hurt. But.
Yeah, I'm guilty of it. A lot of times I don't carry my cell phone. Just
Oh yeah, I like that better. Solos need to check in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, check in, check out.
If you land off and come back, retune your AAD, turn it off and turn it back on. The AAD guy gave a seminar this summer, and he said that like the shuffling of the windows, coming back in the car, if you change altitudes, can affect your AAD maybe for the next jump.
You're saying like the negative pressure from the car window.
The Cypress guy said that. He goes, I don't know if that's the case with all the AADs, but he buys that for the Cypress. He goes, I think it's the same for the other ones too.
Everybody hear that? If you do have off, this is the first I'm hearing of it.
Joey Jones told me that. He did a seminar here last summer, and he had an incident where another 4-way team landed somewhere off, came back to the DZ, and then they had AADs fire on the next load because the AADs were confused. I know this is what he was telling me.
So like,
anyway,
like we were just talking about with the gear. Also, like I said, Nick drove around and got the altitude differences for every landing area that we thought you could land off at. It's 140 foot. That's your final turn, right? 200 feet.
The only thing
right?
in that field is those lights.
Yeah, watch out for the.
They don't look as tall as they're tall. Those are tall.
Yeah, as much as everybody else, I'd like to be done with this thing too, but you new guys, there's a picture that's being painted here. I want to make sure that you're not getting confused. It's better to land off safe in a big field than listen to some of this shit and go, if I land off, I'm going to frickin' die, and try and make it back when you can't. So use your best discretion to say, okay, I got this big tree line between me and the airport, I'm at 1,000 feet. Oh, but in that safety meeting, they're talking about all the injuries when you land off. It can happen,
yeah.
But do your best to land in a big field, into the wind, do your normal landing technique. Don't be scared to land off because you can get in more trouble. And I've seen it with experienced skydivers. Gotta get there. And they didn't get there.
He didn't get this.
Not without a ride in something with flashing lights and shit. So use your discretion, pick the biggest area to land. If you have any question about can you make it back to the airport, chances are you can't. So pick an open area, okay?
Thank you, Jay.
The old, if you ask the question,
can I make
Perfect.
the answer?
Perfect. If you have to ask the question, you already know the answer.
Accept the answer.
Yeah, Nick did a lot of work into this. We're actually going to make I'm going to make printouts of this and show people in case they're interested. Maybe blot them up next to the.
That's Woodbourne.
Yeah. Yep.
I was showing how close.
Don't land at a golf course. They are nasty people.
Supans. I don't know. Just saying. Yeah, it's all Woodburn Park. I'm trying to show the picture of where Olga landed just for a second.
I have the video.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. Yeah, check the
I just want to
chat.
see 1 second real fast, just to show like the head on a swivel thing, like kind of was a
bottom.
I have one spot here, but then if I were to just look to my right, the bottom one, Woodburn. Yep. So like there's a lot of beautiful off landing areas here, free and clear of obstacles. I'm not trying to beat up on anybody, but this looks really ideal. This just goes to show how the target fixation is real. Shows this really cornfield. Low turn into a field of corn. So I'm not trying to we all share these videos to try to help each other learn. And so she was really good about sharing, like, yeah, I fuck up, and she was sharing it with us and stuff so that we all could learn from it. But it's like, it was good, but nope, she didn't realize the altitude was so much different is what I'm getting at. She didn't anticipate the altitude difference. So when she went to go make her turn using her altimeter, the hill was already there. It was like almost 200 foot difference.
Please, to get to that point, people, a lot of newbies ask, should I be watching my altimeter, know when to flare? Stupidest thing ever. When you're on final, you should never be looking at your altimeter. And people might disagree with that. When you're on final, you should never look at your altimeter.
Say it again.
One more time, yes! Sonic!
Except Nick.
Fuck altimeters! Guys, I think we beat up a lot of the safety stuff a lot. Does Manifest have anything they want to put out?
No.
There's no, they got to do anything before we go do our jumps, we go live in 2 weeks?
No, everyone just, the only thing we ask is do your waivers, make sure you guys have your repack dates. We're not doing any paperwork till you guys come in. So on the first day of opening day, it might be a little bit of a wait, but we figured it'd be easier for you guys to get the most out of today and not be here till 3 p.m. Just do your waivers, bring your rigs, your IDs, make sure your ratings and your USPA is current, and you're good to go.
Did you guys like this format better, doing it like this with the just get in and get out it instead of the gear checks and all that stuff? Is that a little more flow?
If you need a recurrency jump, fun jumper wise, that's a different story, but recurrency jumps for licensed jumpers, just let me know today, so that maybe we can plan something for, opening, or I don't know, we have to figure out kind of how we can do that. But if you do need recurrency jumps, if I haven't spoken to you already, just let me know, that we have an idea.
Who else needs a currency jump? I need one.
Wait, let me just specify so I have a better understanding. Within a year, like a year, you haven't jumped in 1 year and you need to get current versus a couple of years. It's a different course, it's a different material, it's different.
More so if you're not current from last season.
Right.
All right, anybody more than a season out? No? One? Got one here?
Yeah, then you'll need.
Okay, no worries, thanks guys, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for coming out, I think it was pretty good today.
Richie, you have anything?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, hey, staff! Staff for 2026, we're doing it after meeting off to the side.
Don't worry, I'm praying.
Can you guys clean your areas by where you were sitting? Make sure it's all clear. Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Yo. We're hanging out at the drop zone after this. If anyone wants to come out and chill, we're getting pizza too. Pizza at the drop zone after this. Whoever wants to chill, do a quick staff meeting and then come through.
Hey, can you,
Dude, I want to get you guys involved. I was you. I was you 20 years ago. I love do shit. No, yes, you did. Yes, you did. Use my coach.
All right, Evan, can you close out the stream, guys? Can you?
Hey, thanks for watching.
Thanks.
Like and subscribe.
2027.
All right.